All right, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. Welcome to another Shabbat here at Temple Kifarim. Give you all a little second to come in. But for those that's tuning back in right now, this is the first class. It begins every week at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure if you're not tuning in now that you comment, let us know your thoughts, and also participate in what we're about to participate in right now. First class, we say what we're thankful for. We give honor and praise to the Most High for whatever it might be over the course of the month, over the course of the week, or even today. So please, if you're present now, make sure that you put it up and we will read it. We will post it. This is a time when we come together and share our thoughts with each other and build one another. All right. If you haven't yet to do so, I should say, please make sure you share, make sure you like, and make sure that you subscribe. Take the time to share and make sure you like and subscribe. All right. Again, welcome to another Shabbat here at Temple Kefarim, and we're going to have a great lesson this morning. Second class is 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is the time to give honor and praise to the Most High. All right. People coming in right now.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if today was our most filled up day. Filled up. I wouldn't be surprised if today we hit our record on how many people we've had so far. I think the most we had today was like 30. I mean, to the day at one time was like 35, I believe. 35 people at one time is nothing compared to a lot of other organizations and classes and things that be going on. But to us, it's a big thing because we're just getting started at this. We're young at this, you know. This is something new for us to be doing. So let's see what we do.
All right, you all. I have shared the link. Please, if you can, make sure you share the link. We have 5 likes so far. Okay, we on course. We got 6 likes and there's 6 people tuned in so far. So please, if you have yet to do so, make sure you share. All right. Okay, is there anyone present? Actually, we have 9. It's shooting up. It's shooting up. Take the time to like and share, please, everyone. We can go ahead and get started if you'd like to say what we're thankful for. Give honor and praise. And those that's tuning in now, make sure you write it up in the chat and we'll share it and read it as well. I want to say this one thing. I do appreciate y'all because we're starting to, the amount of people that's here, they're liking it as soon as we ask now. So TORAHLY, I'm looking at it right now. We're at 9. It just jumped up to 11 right now, but it was at 9 when we got up to 9 people doing it. All right.
They working with us, man. They working with us. May the Most High be praised. Boy, we in for a class today, y'all. We in for a class today. A class today. A class today. But like Nasik said, right now, we're giving praises to the King, to the Most High. Would anyone like to thank the Creator? Nobody's speaking.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
Shalom.
So grateful to the Creator for allowing me to be here on this day. 1 second. Turn.
Guess we are no today.
All right. Shabbat Shalom. I had to turn on the light for you guys. And thankful to see everybody here today. Thankful to the Creator for allowing us to be here, present. and, spoken up for. Thankful to the Creator for a wonderful week, a week of triumphs, victories, challenges. Thankful for my parents, my father, who celebrates his 76th birthday today. All praises to the Creator for allowing him to see another day, another rotation around the sun. Thankful to the Creator for my Ish and for the leadership that he has and puts forward in our family and our community. I'm thankful for my children, and I'm thankful for this community. I'm thankful for all the things that we do together to build each other up and support one another. I love when we have our dinners together. Last night felt so great. Last week we did it together. So every time we have dinner together, I feel like it strengthens us, it bonds us even more. And I'm thankful to the Creator for, even when you don't know it, using me as a vessel. And, just a little bit about what's going on. What I say about that is we live in a town. Hold on one second, guys. We live in a very small town here. And I say small because small to some people, but we live in a very small town here in Sparta, Georgia. And Hancock County is the blackest, or you can say by statistics, has the most African Americans here. We're 92% Black. And it used to be the richest county in the state of Georgia. But what has taken place in this county in the last probably 50 to 60 years has been very devastating to this county with just, the economic failures, the economic poverty, the lack of education, just so many things that have been placed in the pathway for this community to rise once again. And so I am actually doing something political, which I've never done in my life. And the trials and triumphs that I've had to battle to do this, and which I say is a service to the people, and the job that the Creator has placed me on has been very challenging. But one thing is I found out is that I'm the first candidate who's had to go through all of these loopholes just to run for a position. And sometimes it feels like it's like the walls are set up against you. But I'm learning to take this as a learning lesson, a life lesson, and to continue to fight, because in order for us to become better as a people, we have to change the laws. We have to change certain things that we are capable of doing. And that's one thing that I have stated to the people, like, okay, well, we're going to fight this to the end. Whether I win, which means get a seat, or not, I still believe I'm winning, because I'm bringing change and I'm bringing a light to this community. And so that in the future, whether it be 10 years, 5 years, 4 years, 20 or 30 years from now, another person is not going through the same thing that I've had to go through. And because a lot of people don't have the fight in them to get it done. So, Torah to the Creator for allowing me to be here and to be capable to fight this battle. And I pray that He continues to walk with me, walk with my sister, walk with my Bati, Nasika Amuna, who is my right hand in all of this political standard stuff. She's my campaign manager. So I pray that the Most High continues to bless both of us to stand strong, and our community to stand strong in support of us. So Toda, Most High for all things and everything.
May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Look at that teamwork. We got one running, and the other one is the campaign manager. Look how we got this thing going on, y'all. This is tight. That's what I'm talking about. Keep it going. I'm so hyped today. Can't wait to get it in. May the Most High be praised. TORAHLY.
All right. We have a couple comments. Trying to see. Okay. Joel. All right. Shalom, family. Shabbat shalom. I'm grateful for the Creator's direction and guidance, even in times where I don't understand or see the light at the end of the tunnel.
May the Most High be praised. TORAHLY.
All right. We got a little couple of comments about the oath. Oath chicken.
Yeah.
We all scared. You're about to take our chicken.
Well, I ain't taking it away. If that is the verdict at the end of the session, I ain't taking away. We only doing what the Most High say for us to do. And we all want to fall in alignment with pleasing the Creator. So if that's the case at the end of the presentation, so be it. You know, we ain't afraid to give up nothing for the Creator. We give up whatever we got to give up to serve this King. And I know you one of those who that's about that life. So may the Most High be praised. Let's see what the results are.
Gaber Igdalia says, I am so thankful for so many things. I have nothing without him. Every time I see and hear Malika Hagadol Medaya Eshet Prince Kazarada, I am shown something more to strive to be, a great wife, mother, and servant of Yah, most of all. She said, Toda Rabba. Thankful to celebrate Baba Bilal. Always. It is always a blessing to be present. Kabir Higdaya says, I feel very honored to witness your life. Hallelujah. Ab says, Merataya Shabbat Shalom, beloved Mishpacha. I'm thankful to be to the Creator for his love, mercy, direction, and provision. I'm thankful for my Beulah Mishpacha and all that stand for and in truth.
May the Most High be praised. And we're thankful for you too, Abba. Shalom, shalom.
Kabir Yakini says, I am a vegan and haven't ate meat in 13 years. What a difference I feel in my body.
Absolutely. A lot of us don't understand, but by eating meat, consuming meat, it poisons your system, messes you up. Your lymphatic system goes off the chart, trying to fight all the bacteria and disease and all the type of things that eating meat brings. But that ain't what this is about. We ain't coming with this because we vegan, because we vegan too. We not coming with this because we vegan. We only trying to present something that's been an age-old question that we've been teaching for many, many years. And so many people say yes, some people say no. So it's an iffy situation. So we came with the evidence and we're going to present it now. And we're going to see what people got to say after it's done. That's how you do it. You present your evidence. I'm telling you, you know, for y'all who are here now, do not get discouraged and want to leave before we get to the juice of this subject. You think you're going to be able to leave and come back and pick up where you left off. It ain't going to go that way. You got to follow the sequence. You got to hang around. You got to stay around for a while. It's going to start off slow, and then it's going to start revving up. It's going to start revving up. It's going to go pow, and the balloon going to bust. And if you leave and come back, all you're going to hear is the balloon bust, and you ain't going to understand how it burst. You got to stay for the duration of the class in order to get the full understanding of what we're about to present. May the Most High be praised.
The Barry Yakini says, amazing how Yahweh works for me and my daughter was studying this a few months ago.
Well, good. The Most High put that in your spirit. May the Most High be praised. TORAHLY.
We got Zakana Laurel says, today as I reflect on life in general, currently there are many that have no place to lay their heads, no food, not even a pot or stove to cook on. Some people close the doors of their dwellings and wake up to the sad reality of homelessness, while others were not given a chance to blink an eyelid. I give thanks to the Most High Creator first and foremost for the fact that I'm amongst the living, my family's friends, those unknowns, even enemies. Thank you for your amazing love and great compassion, which allows me to achieve and be who I am today. All honor and praises belongs to our sovereign. Thank you, Most High, for nature, tears, smiles, joys, laughter's ability to distinguish between bitter and sweet. Yes, I give thanks to be in my rightful mind and for all that you do to enhance my life with your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Also, the lives of my beloved ones. I desire to give you the highest praise with a thankful heart to the lengths of my days. Hallelujah. Salah.
May the Most High be praised. Thank you, Sister Laurel. You must have got that out of a book or a magazine or something, or you took that right out the scriptures, because that thing was powerful. I think you touched on every subject you needed to touch on to give the Most High his praise. That was a strong piece right there. Turn over by.
All right. There's no one else in the chat. For those that's tuning in, if you have yet to do so, please make sure that you like. We have about 20 people, 19 people in currently with 12. Okay, as I'm saying it, y'all going up and pressing them likes now. We got 14 likes. We need 5 more likes. And please make sure you share if you have yet to. The information will be good. Even if people are not going to do it, at least they will have the information. And that's the whole purpose. All right, we have Adon. We have Adon coming up here right now that's going to give his honor and praise.
Shabbat shalom, family.
Shabbat shalom.
Today I'm grateful to the Creator for a few different things. First thing I want to touch on is I'm thankful today to the patience. In this life, in this walk, I understand every single day the phrase or the scripture or the saying that patience is a virtue. Because no matter what we do in life, if something is not the Creator's timing, if it's not His will, we have to be patient. You know what I'm saying? If something is not taking place the way that we want it to take place, or something is not happening in the form, shape, timing, effort in which we want it to take place, we have to have patience. If we know that that's what the Creator has given us, we know that that's a task the Creator has told us that we will overcome. You have to be patient. And see, the thing about patience is sometimes patience puts us in places feeling like we are not in control, which we're not. And a lot of times, sometimes we can feel like, having to have so much patience, having to wait, having to, there's a lot that comes into it. Sometimes we want to have patience, but we're not aware that to have patience, you have to have a lot of positivity. You have to have a lot of, you have to feed and then continuously feed your spiritual being, have that patience. It's not just, I'm gonna just wait, okay, I'm gonna wait on the Most High. It's like, no, and even in your waiting, you must be building your inner man. And so that's something I'm learning about patience, which will make it eventually a virtue. So I'm thankful to the Creator for patience. I'm thankful to the Creator for wisdom. I'm thankful to the Creator for wisdom and the ability to, in any circumstance that I'm in, no matter how I'm feeling, no matter the frustration I feel, no matter the anger, the joy, whatever I'm feeling, He gives me wisdom to be able to look around me and see and take a look at everything as in its whole entire perspective, so that I'm not making an unwise decision, so that I'm not doing something that will not benefit me in the long run. So I'm thankful to the Creator because sometimes He'll give us that wisdom through people. He'll give it to us through a song. He'll give it to us through something we may see. And so I'm grateful to the Creator for His wisdom, especially in this time where I'm in life. The reality is, this walk, the Creator is going to pull out every single fiber, bone, muscle, everything that's in you. The Creator is going to pull that out of you. It's almost like a purge. He's going. In this walk, we have to continuously purge ourselves. And so I'm thankful. I'm just thankful that the Creator continues to give me wisdom to say, maybe I don't need to do it like this. Maybe, my thoughts are not maybe. Our thoughts are not always His thoughts. Our ways are not always His ways. And so to just give us, to have wisdom to take correction or give correction, it's just, I'm grateful for wisdom. And then lastly, I'm just grateful for understanding on today. And just to keep it simple, just being able to understand why I am where I am today. Why I'm a part of what I'm a part of today. why I'm choosing to, having a true understanding of why I'm even, why I even chose to serve the Creator, why I even chose to be where I am, and so I'm thankful to the Most High for those things. I don't mean to be long-winded, but I just want to take my time and give the Creator his due reverence. And I'm just very thankful for, like I said, it's a journey. We're always learning. Every day we're learning. As long as we continue to be in that space of able to learn, the Creator can continue to give us more and show us more of who He is. Give us more of His essence. As long as we're continuing to seek Him and in spirit, truth and yeah, holiness. So with that, I say Zehu and Total Revive. I'm thankful for my beautiful family today. I'm thankful for my Isha, my children. I'm thankful for even my family that's not even in the truth. I'm thankful for them as well. I'm thankful for just thankful for everything. Hallelujah.
May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. One thing I want to say that through all your praising to the Creator, and as we all praise the Creator and thank the Creator, I've always expressed that this is the most important part of this whole lesson, this whole day, giving acknowledgement and thanks to the King of all things. So there's never a time when you can be too long-winded. So you can take that out your vocabulary when you're standing up here thanking this King. If we got to wait 10, 15 minutes till you finish, as some of us do sometimes we do. Yeah, look at my wife smiling. Sometimes we do. It's okay. I might smile, but it's all right. You do what you have to do inside your soul to release that energy out to this King. That's it. And we'll be patient. And anybody who don't want to stick around for that, that's okay. Let them go. They ain't got to be here. Let them go. We don't hold nobody hostage. Acknowledge this King to the best of your ability. May the Most High be praised.
He's back.
Hallelujah. May the Most High be praised. With that being said, I came back. I do want to. Yeah, it's very important. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, I'm just very, very, very thankful. Just where I'm at in life. You know what I'm saying? I'm just thankful to the Creator to be here, like to be here, to be a part of Beulah Land and just everything the Creator has been showing me since just being here. So, I'm thankful because at the end of the day, I'm 25. I've been through a lot in life. And just the Creator is always, He just always came through. He just always, provided. He's always gave me, the right encouragement. You know what I'm saying? He's always, dependent, no matter where it comes from, And yeah, I praise the Creator. I trust in the Creator. He shows me different things, and He, even when I'm going through my struggles and my struggles of life, and I feel like, wait, maybe I need to make this move, or maybe I need to make this decision. You know what I'm saying? Like the Creator, He'll just come in and say it ain't even about moving at all. It's just changing your perception, changing the way that you are dissecting your situation, right? Changing the way that you're looking at, how you need to move in this situation. The Creator, He's amazing. He's just amazing. So, I just want to sing like this one little excerpt of a song, just a couple words, about 8 words, and I just want to sing a little bit of it, and then I'll be finished. But it's a part of the song that I really like, and it says, "I want to give my life to you. I want to do what you ask me to do. I want to go wherever you say. Stay the word and I'll obey. I want to live a life that's real. I want to serve you, yeah, for real. Because you deserve all this and more. Well, I give you more." Zehu. Hallelujah.
Zehu. May the Most High be praised. I always love the part when everybody sings to the Most High on the Shabbat day, because we don't have a whole lot of singing during our classes, but when we do, man, and y'all be singing, it touches my soul. It makes me relax. It feels so good. I like the way it go in. I like to hear singing, praising, and worshiping, especially soloists. You know what I mean? With no instruments in the back. I like the instruments too. But when there's no instruments in the back and the solo singer, like Nasik, he can blow too. Nasik can blow too. He might give us one today. Who knows? Nasik just may say, you know what? I feel it, Prince. Let's go. And get up and give us a song and tear the roof off. What you think, Nasik? How you feeling? You feeling good about that? So you put him on the spot, huh? You on mute, bro. I can't hear you. You on mute.
Off the top. I want to give you praise. All of my days I'll give you praise. I want to give you praise. All of my days I'll give you praise. There you go. Okay.
See that? We got another singer in the house too. May the Most High be praised. Nasika. She can sing too, y'all. We got another singer. Yo. Oh, we got two singers in the house. Let's see. Before we go to Nasika, let's see. Because Nasika, is she there at the temple? Okay.
Not today.
Okay. She might be willing to sing for us when she returns. I don't know yet. But Maisha's in the room too, and she can blow too. Let's see if she got something special she want to sing to the Creator. What you say, babe? You got something for us? You on mute, baby girl. I can't hear you. You on mute, baby girl. I can't hear you.
Like a song or just something making up?
Just something quick. Just we praising the Most High. You can just give him some praise. That's all.
Like a song or just something making up?
You might want to turn your volume down on the television. Just give him some praise.
Like a song or just something making up?
You might want to turn your volume down on the television. Yeah, we got a concert going on. Yeah. So go ahead, babe. You want to give us a little bit?
Is it better now?
Oh, it's excellent. It's excellent.
Toda Rabbah Most High, Toda Rabbah Most High, for all that you've done for me. Toda Rabbah Most High, Toda Rabbah Most High, Toda Rabbah Most High, for all you've done for me. Say who?
Oh man, I was waiting for the rest of that. What's the hook part? Oh, that was the hook. What's the other? Boy, I was waiting.
We can make that into a song, actually.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. May the Most High
While I'm here and we're waiting for Nasika's portion of song, Toda Rabbah to the Creator and our Most High Power for all that He has done and keeping me, my family, my loved ones, my Beulah family, my friends, everyone that I hold dear to my heart. Thank you, Creator, for just keeping us day in and day out throughout this week, throughout the night portion, especially through the night portion, since we are asleep. We're in the dream world. We don't have control. Toda Rabbah to you, Creator, for your angels and Elohim watching over all of us. And I want to say thank you, Creator, for us keeping my body throughout the week, especially just waking up with our son throughout the evenings. As you know, any woman knows, it is sleepless nights. And a few nights ago was a real sleepless night. Baby boy had trouble going to sleep in the midnight hours. So, but we got over that, and I'm still thankful for even those moments because they pass so quickly, as I am told and experiencing. And also, Creator, thank you for a loving and supportive husband that picks up the tab and lets me rest and get my rest together so that I can wake up and be the best that I can be. So Toda Rabbah, Creator, and Toda Rabah to you, hubby. Shalom.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabah, Toda Rabah. So, Nasika, will she be singing with us today? I don't know. You go. There she go. There she go. Go ahead. Watch this, y'all. Watch this, y'all. Watch this. We got a whole entourage of singers in our community. Whole entourage. Wait till we come out with our album.
Shabbat Shalom, Lekulam.
Shabbat shalom.
And I've heard that signal has been pretty bad over here.
We can hear you right now. Yes, we can hear you right now.
All righty. So this is something this is actually a praise song that I actually have. It's very short. Oh, here you go. We take this time to worship you, Yah, and all that you are to us. Oh, you're amazing, Yah. Yes, you are. Say who?
I was just getting into the groove. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. All right, y'all, my turn. I'm ready to sing now. Ain't nobody gonna tell me to stop? Y'all just gonna let me do that, huh?
Go ahead.
I thought y'all cared about me.
No, I think you can see my face.
I think y'all cared. Y'all supposed to be like, no, that's all right. We don't.
Go ahead, babe. Bless us.
Nah, not today. I'll hold that.
Save it for next week.
Yeah, I'll hold that for another time when I get that urge. You know, I don't want to get out here and chop y'all ears up right now. I'm going to let that flow because y'all heard all that beautiful stuff. I'm going to let that flow. She said, drop a note. La, 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 la. I dropped a note. May the Most High be praised. Anyone else want to thank the Most High this time? Sadia, no. Sadia said, no, Prince. Don't do that. I wouldn't want to mess up that beautiful flow that y'all presented today. You know? So may the Most High be praised. And thank you all for giving of your soul to this King. Toda Rabah.
I'll go if no one else is going to go right now. Anybody else going to go? All right. I just want to give honor and praise to the Most High for the ability to execute balance. Told out to the Most High for balance, for insight, which is synonymous with understanding our people, understanding that we should have the Most High first, because when we don't have insight and understanding of our people, if our strength is not where it should be, it can cause us to pull back and mask that, or us, pulling back or leaving with blaming of our people. When in essence, you're not serving, or we're not serving our people in the way that we're supposed to serve the Most High. If we're serving the Most High, then we will, in essence, serve our people. We won't be moved. So I'm thankful for the insight. I'm thankful for the patience that the Most High puts on the table for everyone, but it just takes for us to grab it. I'm thankful for my Isha. I'm thankful for the Most High creating my Horim, my parents, because I wouldn't be present. Thankful for another day of life and another opportunity to create, to excel, to figure out the things in life that cause some people to end their life. So I'm just thankful that the understanding that he has given me to look at the smaller things in life. I took a video, and it was interesting because Don Azante brought this in our men's conversation that we have once a week about the nature and stuff like that. And I randomly just stalk animals and I record them because they're just like us more than we would think. Everything I think here that is created by the Most High is more like us than we think. They might not have the what we call intellect that we have because they're all intelligent at some capacity, but that just humbles you down, you know. They're able to do certain things. I took a video one time when a bird was just searching for food. And, you know, a lot of us, we see people that's homeless. Somebody spoke about being homeless. I think it was Arcano Laurel. And if we just realize we don't have to be homeless. A lot of land out in the world, you know, and looking at these birds and they're grabbing food, they're just searching. We could do the same thing, but it's society that makes it harder for us. And once we detach ourselves, not completely from society, I'm not saying completely, because we have to operate, and that wouldn't be truth for us to say that we have to detach ourselves completely because our forefathers and mothers didn't. But you know, once we realize we can attach ourselves from their school of thought, I think we'll be more connected with the Most High. And I'm grateful for that. Out of everything else, I'm just grateful that, you know, I'm indebted to the Most High, no matter what anyone thinks, or I'm just super indebted to the Most High. So I'm always going to move for what the Most High leads me to, and my family and my community. I'm just grateful, man. Y'all have no idea, you know. So I want to encourage those of you that's listening, if you're having moments, just think of those things, and just think of those things, you know. All praise to the Most High.
I was talking on mute. I said, powerful, powerful. May the Most High be praised. That was nice. That was nice. So we got some more praises in the sidebar if somebody wants to do that.
Shalom. We have TT. Not sure if it's a man or a woman.
Female.
Okay, Geber TT. Shabbat Shalom, Ishvaka. That's right. Sing our Creator a new song. May the Most High be praised. Hallelujah.
May the Most High be praised. Torah.
We have say it again. Okay. We have I'm assuming Geber.
Yes. Viata. You know Viata. Sister Viata.
I may. Not by name, Slakli or Silchili. Todah for the awesome, beautiful praise singing voices, feeling blessed and joy filled.
May the Most High be praised.
We have Gaberto Neat says, Todah to the Most High for the breath of life, for my family and extended family. Todah Rabbah for community. Todah for protection and strength to continue to be disciplined to stay in alignment.
May the Most High be praised. Todah.
And then we have Saadia. Am I saying it right? Saadia. I'm grateful to submit to the Creator, to be aware of how to keep covenant with the Creator and for the Creator, showing me how to break covenants that do not pertain to the Creator.
May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah.
This is a healing period and season in my life. All praise to the Most High.
May the Most High be praised. Look, gave a little shout out. She gave a little shout out to the family right there. May the Most High be praised. Todah. All right, so it's my turn. I'd like to thank the Most High for strength, for portions of his wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You know, it's remarkable how we go through life. And my sister Laurel said it best. how she broke down the small things of life to be thankful to the Creator for. And it's not often that we thank the Creator for other people's experiences, you know, but the little things that people get from the Almighty says a whole lot to a person that's in tune with the Almighty. It speaks volumes to us. We hear, we can interpret so much out of a simple, like you said, Nasik, a bird scrounging for food, how the Most High provides even nature with substance to take care of them, to prolong their days. You know, there are certain birds that sleep in abandoned structures that human once had. Certain birds find those structures once they're abandoned, and it's a castle for them. It's a beautiful home. They ain't got to go through all the craziness, the storm and the weathers, but the Creator gave them the instinct to find that location and provide that. That's all done by the hand of the Most High. So I'm thankful for those of us who consider being thankful for everyone else and for the small things in life that so many people take for granted. I thank the Creator for that as well. You know, this week has been a very challenging week. It's been very challenging. In preparations for today's class, I think I started last Monday, Shishi, Yom Shon, Yom Shani, one of those two, somewhere in there, in preparations for this class. And what I discovered is that I had more time on my hand to prepare these lessons than I first thought. Between work, taking care of the family, and managing different things that I have to manage out in the world, it wasn't a whole lot of time that I had to get this work done. But for some reason, the Creator's been giving me people to do the things that I would normally be out there doing. So, and He freed me up all this week, miraculously. He freed me up all this week for like 3 and 4 hours at a time. I would fall asleep, wake up, fall asleep, wake up, get up in the middle of the night, come down here to the table, get busy on the computer, and find information that I didn't even know existed. I've been teaching these things for a long time, but today we got some stuff for you, believe me, stuff that I didn't even know was present. So the Most High has allowed all that to be done, and I'm thankful. I'm thankful, and I appreciate it. Another thing I want to say is that I'm thankful to the Creator for all of you who have been here with us, some of you from day one. Some of you from day one since we started this online process. And then some of you for many, many weeks. And we're grateful, we're thankful, we appreciate you. We humbly say thank you for the time that you come and you spend with us, because we spend some time on this page. We will be here from 11 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock. And then from 4 o'clock to 7, 8, sometime 9 o'clock. I think we might have made 9 o'clock once or twice, but we do it. We don't stop. We don't quit. We don't give up until the lesson is completed. So may the Most High be praised for you as well. You know, you actively participate, you share, you're sharing the page, you're getting people to be understanding of what's going on by sharing the page, and we're grateful. So may the Most High continue to bless you, your family, and those that you love dearly. All praises, glory, and honor belongs to this King from everlasting to everlasting. TORAHLY. We got some other ones, right? No? That's it?
We do, but it was something I wanted to say when I read Saadia's, when she put this is a healing period and season in her life. And I did want to acknowledge the Creator and tell Him thank you for allowing my nephew to be here in my presence at this time in his life. My nephew was in a hit and run maybe about 5 years ago, where a van hit him so hard that he hit a tree, and then landed on the ground. And it's only by the grace of the Creator that he's alive, you know, and he didn't have any broken bones. The only thing, he did have some brain damage. And of course, you know, they said that he had to do all this, take all this medication. And his mom, my sister, didn't allow him to take the medication. But the other thing that she allowed was, for him to be able to partake in SF, or marijuana, for those who don't know what SF is, and in drinking liquor. So I was talking to him the other day because she called me all frantic about him, and so we were having a really good discussion, and I was asking him, why does he feel he has to smoke marijuana? And he was telling me, well, he gets these headaches, and when he smokes, it goes away. And then when he's not smoking, he gets all angry and he's fussing and arguing and fighting with his siblings. So I asked him, how long has it been since he's been not smoking, being with me? Because I'm not going to buy it for him and I'm not going to provide a way for him to get it. Especially because I just have my different beliefs and understandings of it. So we have this conversation. He's like, well, it's been a week since I haven't had any. I said, so are you angry? Are you arguing with people? Are you making crazy outbursts that you're telling me you were doing, at home with your mother and your siblings? And he was like, no. I said, so think about why you're not. I said, you're in a whole different environment. You're in fresh air daily. You're doing something different. You're eating differently. And this is no shot to my sister or anything. But I was explaining to him also that you're smoking marijuana, but you don't even know where it comes from. You don't know what's in that marijuana that you're smoking. I said, and what you're describing to me is an addiction to marijuana, not something that's healing you, but you're using it to mask the person you are. Because he's saying, when I smoke, I become this. I said, but if you have anger inside of you and you have hurt and all these things, it has to come out. And smoking just subdues that for you. So we were talking about all those things and the differences in that, and that there are medically healing ways to utilize SF for marijuana. And so I started just giving him pointers on that. And I just want to thank the Creator for, because it's not even for me, but for him being here, allowing him to be here and to see a difference in himself, and give him time to think for himself, because that was the basis of our conversation, was what is it that you want to do with your life? And, at first he started talking about, well, what his mom wants him to do. And I was like, I want to know what you want to do. What is it that I can support you to do? Because, of course, my sister called me with what she wanted me to convince him to do. And I told her, I'm not going to, he's 19 years old. So I'm not going to convince him to do something you want. I want to know what he wants, because if he does what everybody else wants, he's never going to know who he is and what, how he needs to get better. So I'm just thankful to the Creator, honestly, for allowing him to be here, because he's been he's completely different from what I've noticed him to be in the last couple of years. And he's here helping with my father, and just growing, as I told him, you're 19, but you're not grown. You have a long time to become a grown man, but you're growing into that stage. And it's at a point that you have to decide and this is what Sadia was saying, to break covenants with people that are not healing for you, that are not allowing you to elevate your life, to succeed in your life. And, I told him it's hard to do it, but you have to figure it out. Write it down, write your plan out, write out what makes you better. When you're here and when you're home, what's the differences in your attitude and how you're thinking about yourself and the people around you. So I pray that the Most High allows my words to help him. And I pray that, he seeks the Creator of his own to give him guidance as well. So thank you.
Oh, may the Most High be praised. Yeah, that was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. You see how useful and valuable we can be sometimes to people? People who we don't even think about often can come and utilize the blessings that the Creator gave to us to heal themselves. So that's a beautiful thing. And you did a great job with them. You sound like a doctor. Sound like a doctor over there. It sound like you need to be in medical school. We need to rethink your future. Yeah, may the Most High be praised. All right, family, we have any other comments we want to get into?
We have Saadia again. She says, Cain, hallelujah for the miracle of your nephew's life. Hallelujah for you speaking life into your nephew.
All right. Most High be praised.
I do want to say something to you all. I said it last week. I'm probably going to say it again. Remember, Hebrew is gender specific. So when we're talking to a certain individual, we got to use the gender that's specifically for them. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. All righty. Shalom.
May the Most High be praised. All right. So, sounds like y'all ready to start this lesson. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to start the lesson? Y'all ain't ready. I thought y'all might have been ready to start the lesson. Y'all ain't ready yet. We still got some people here that ain't ready. Y'all ready to start the lesson? Let me see, y'all. Let me see if we ready to start the lesson. Come on, y'all. If y'all ready to start the lesson,
Okay.
comment to us and let us know. Give us some ones, y'all, if y'all ready to get started. Just type some ones in the room and let us know y'all ready to get started with the lesson of the day as to should Hebrews eat chicken? Can Hebrews eat chicken? Is it lawful for Hebrew Israelites to eat chicken? Are y'all ready? Type some ones in the room, family. I don't see no ones. Ain't nobody responding. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all just look like y'all ready. Just being newsy. Y'all ain't ready. What's up, y'all? Put some ones in the room if y'all ready. No, I knew they wasn't ready. I knew they wasn't ready. Got 2 ones. We got 6 ones. All right, we got only 3 people responding with ones with all these people in the room. Come on, y'all. We got to do better than that. Come on. How many likes we got now, see? How many likes and shares and comments and all that stuff we got? What we doing? What do you look like now, see?
We got 16 likes. We got 20 people tuning in.
Y'all don't want to join. Y'all don't want to join. Y'all don't want to get this thing going, man. Y'all like where y'all at. Y'all don't want to give up that bird. Y'all know it. Stop fronting like you come here to be educated. You just come here to see what Prince got to say. You ain't trying to change nothing. You ain't trying to change nothing. A lot of people talk that talk, but they ain't really ready to walk that walk. We love our chicken. Who wants to give up that turkey? We love that cow. Who wants to stop eating these things? Ain't nobody want to let that stuff go. Why y'all acting like y'all want to let that? That's why we got 20 people in the room. It's supposed to be 1,000 Israelites in the room right now listening to this conversation. So y'all got to go out and share to your social media page, to your Instagram, whoever in your messengers that you contact. Send them messages and let them know what we're doing. Hit the share button and copy the link. Go to your other places and share it. Just share it. This room should be packed right now. Jam-packed. She says she's ready for the change. She already vegan. She ain't eating no meat. Sister Layada, you already vegan. You ain't eating no meat. You know that. But let's go, y'all, because we get ready to get it in. We get ready to get it in. Boy, we going to start that. But you know what? I know that you know that a lot of people ain't really ready for this. Y'all know you're not. A lot of people just acting like they want to make a change in their lives, but they really ain't ready. They really ain't ready to make that change because it takes a lot to find the strength to become a better person. It takes a lot sometimes when the Most High says you can and cannot do something for you to let go what the Most High said you cannot do. A lot of people don't want to do that. A lot of people want to find ways to pacify the situation, blame it on somebody else, or try to find some kind of way or loophole to get around what it is that they do. The topic on the floor today is, can Hebrews eat chicken? What she say? That's nothing, but it's what? You're going too fast. I can't. Slow down a little bit. I want to hear what they got to say. Please slow down. turkey, chicken, TUAs. What's that? Somebody else gonna have to read these things, man. I don't know what that stuff
It
means.
said turkey, chicken. That's nothing, but I'm not giving up that lamb. And then we have Gabera TT says, honestly, I don't want to give up clean meat that's permissible for us to consume.
What clean meat? What meat today is clean? Unless you got a farm and you're raising your own animals. What meat? Any store-bought meat you buy is contaminated. So if you're still buying your meat from the store, you might as well just tune out and just stop eating meat, period. Anything you buy from the store is not real, it's not good, it's not lawful. Anything you buy in the store is not lawful. Before we even get into the lesson, we're going to talk about that for just a little bit. When you eat meat from the store, that meat, you don't know how that animal died. The Creator has a law in place that you can't eat anything that dieth of itself. So you telling me that in a butcher shop, if he come across one of his dead chickens or one of his dead animals, and that animal is what he used to make his bread and butter, that he not going to sell it and cut it up and get rid of it and make money off of it? If you believe that, then you got something going on that ain't right. Because that's how he makes his living. Do you know that in chicken coops, 1/3 of all the chickens die? And they're still processed as if they were alive when they were processed. 1/3 of all those chickens die within the chicken coops. They be having thousands of chickens. 1/3 of those chickens die. They're not going to throw them out. They're not going to get rid of them. What they do is they still process it and give it to you as food. And a lot of us don't even know that. A lot of us don't even consider that. Same thing with beef. Same thing with lamb. Same thing with turkey. If these people are in the business to make money, and they got the body of a chicken, the body of a turkey, the body of a lamb, the body of a cow, and it dies of its own, they ain't got to tell nobody. They send it to their slaughterhouse, their butcher shop, cut it up. You will never know. And then they give it to you, and you consume it. You partake of it. You eat it. And you have just violated the laws of the Creator. Because you, as a Hebrew Israelite, should not eat anything that dieth of itself. You got to remember that. So if you still buying your meat from the supermarket or the corner store, then you in violation. If you want to eat meat, you should buy your meat from a farm, from somewhere where you know and you can watch them kill that animal, chop that animal up, package that animal, and give it to you, if you choose to eat meat. Now, after today's lesson, I don't know how many of y'all going to still eat meat. Yeah. I don't know how many of y'all are still going to eat meat once you hear this little bit that we're about to talk about today. I don't know. You probably still eat meat. You'll justify it. You'll say, well, I don't know what he's talking about. I ain't trying to accept that. He ain't proved this to me. He ain't convinced me that this is what it is. I don't have to convince you. That's not what my job is. My job is not to convince you. My job is only to present you with the evidence. And after I present you with the evidence, if you can stand before the Creator and still do what you've been doing with a clear, conscious mind, then so be it. That's between you and the Father. It's no longer on me. It says the watchman standing at the door, see the enemy coming, and if he doesn't holler out, then the people die, then the blood is on the hands of the watchman. But if the watchman says to the people, hey, look at this. Here's the enemy. The enemy is attacking. He's coming. And the people get killed because they didn't listen, then their blood is on their hands. And all I'm trying to say is, so many of us truly say that we want to serve this king. So many of us. And if it's truly the Most High that we desire to serve, sometimes the things that he requires of us will be unpleasant to us. It'll be things that we don't like to do. A lot of things will be things that we don't like to do that the Most High requires for us to do. And if we want to be in alignment with him and his perfect will, then we have to do what the Creator says for us to do. But it might not be that you got to stop eating chicken. Maybe the lesson is the opposite spectrum. Maybe Prince was wrong all these years that he's been teaching that chicken is unclean. That chicken is an extent of the vulture family. Prince been teaching that for years. I've seen a lot of other people who are now teaching the exact same thing. So maybe they took the time to do the research. Maybe they've investigated. But let me tell you, this information is hard to find. You ain't going to just drop up on this type of information. You know why? There are over 60 billion chickens yearly that's being sold in the United States of America. Over 60, that's a lot of chicken. Over 60 billion are being sold every year in the United States of America. Over 60 billion. Do you stop and think about how much money that involves? How much money people are making selling chicken? So if the lobbyists who work for the chicken farmers and the companies who produce chicken and sells it to the public, if the lobbyists are strong, everybody know what a lobbyist is, right? If the lobbyist is strong, a lot of the information that speaks to the truth of the chicken wouldn't get to the public. They're going to come together and decide what information you received. I've designed my lesson today that you won't get all the information until the end of the lesson. I've designed my lesson today so that if you don't hang around for the duration of the lesson, you can hear what's being said and you won't even understand it. I designed my lesson today to capture your attention so that you will learn to listen, pay attention, focus, pick up your pens, your paper, your notepads, your recording devices, and research for yourself to prove me wrong. To prove me wrong, to go out there and say, Prince, here's the evidence. You were wrong. Show me where I'm wrong. That's all I say. Show me. Put it in writing and send it to me. But after today, anybody that want a copy of this, you contact whoever you know on this link or send your email to the link and we'll send you a copy and you can take your time and research all the information that we found. There are so many people that's going to be watching this lesson, this class, this instructionary piece that will not do what their spirit tells them to do after they watch this lesson. Because we refuse to change from what we are accustomed to. That's why so many of us are still wrapped up in idolatry, because it was taught to my grandfather, who taught it to my father, who taught it to me. And I'm going to teach it to my children. It's idolatry. When you come into the knowledge and you realize that what you've been doing so long, and your family been doing it for so long is wrong, it's now time to change it so that your family can grow spiritually, mentally, physically, emotionally, and be strengthened because of the change that you made somewhere in your lifetime. Idolatry is just like eating chicken, because if I show you today that it's a violation against the laws of the Almighty, if I prove it to you today, if I show you all the scientific evidence that went deep into the understanding of why this chicken, turkey, and cow are unclean before the Creator. Yeah, we get involved in more than just the chicken. This lesson goes to the book of Leviticus, the 11th chapter, and it covers a whole lot of stuff. If I show you today, scientifically, and prove to you that these things are done, my proving to you is only to your understanding or to your acceptance. If you've already convinced yourself that no matter what Prince says, you know that chicken is not unclean, you know that cow is not unclean, you know that turkey is not unclean, if you have already convinced yourself, then you don't need to listen to this class. You don't need to listen because you keep on walking in your ignorance as you decide to do. But if you truly want to know the truth of the matter, If you've never done a research and you would like for somebody else, I mean, a deep research, because it took me a whole week and hours of research to find the information that I found, because they hid it under layers and under layers of stuff. They hid it. They hid it deep intentionally. So if you've never done that research, I think you might benefit from this class because somebody else did it for you. And the longer I research, the more information I would find. I can only imagine if I took a month to prepare this class, or even a year to prepare this class, the type of information that we would find. If you don't hang around for the duration of the class, you're going to miss it. So you might have to go back and watch the recording, and every time you pick up where you left off, or else you're going to miss it. So we're going to get started. Before we begin, are there any questions?
Got a couple of comments if you want me to go through them.
Okay, you can get that. Thank you.
We have Gabera TT, Hanasi and my daughter are going to have me vegan. She's been educating me for years.
That will be a good thing for you to do. That will be a wise choice for you to do. But let me tell you a little bit about veganism. A lot of people think that veganism is just not eating meat. So what they do is they compensate from not eating meat with a lot of processed foods. You know, they got almost anything that you can eat in the meat world, they have it in the vegan world, that they process and they make these things. And that's not good. Honestly, you shouldn't have no processed foods in your diet. But if you're going to have some processed foods, you must consume more fruits and vegetables, natural foods, than you do in the processed foods, and then you'll be fine. Just don't let the processed foods be the 90% of your diet throughout the week, throughout the month, throughout the year. If you're going to eat processed foods and you consider yourself leaving meat alone, eat very little processed foods. Let it be like 10 or 20% of your diet through the week. That's where a lot of people who so-called vegans make their mistake. They do away with meat, but then they eat a lot of processed foods. So when you become veganism, you got to rely on nature. So let the Most High be praised. TORAHLY. But either way you go is a great way, TT.
Aim Kater says, my Ima told us also that the supermarket uses coloring to make the meats look presentable. She used to work in the meat department.
That's absolutely right. They use food coloring to make the meat look and last longer. Sometimes that meat be rotten. Think about it. The farm that they get the meat from is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, and sometimes even thousands of miles away. So it takes them like 1 to 2 days to get the meat to the market. Then it takes them maybe another day to butcher the meat and to get it all packaged properly, to put it on the shelf, to label it so that you'll get it. And then sometimes it's sitting on the shelf life for 2 or 3 days before you get it. It's not frozen. How can meat last that long? They'll take it in the back, unpackage it, put that color and dye on it, and put it back out and present it to you. And then here you come coming along and you eating it. Not only that, a lot of people are now, forget the artificial meat. You know they got an imitation meat that they're making now, and it looks and tastes just like real meat, but it's not even real. It's totally, completely genetically modified in a laboratory, that they make in a laboratory, and they give it and present it to you as steak meat, as lamb, as chicken, and you eating it because you don't know. They are legally doing this. By law, they're doing this now. Not only that, that's just some of the things that's going on with the meat industry today. Here's another thing that's going on with the meat industry today. Let's say you go buy a hot dog, a pack of hot dogs, turkey hot dogs. Those turkey hot dogs will be made up of pieces of turkey from a whole lot of different animals. But it don't just have turkey in it. It'll have pork in it. It'll have chicken in it. It'll have a whole lot of different animals ground up and put in that package and sold to you as 100% turkey hot dogs. Not only that, we could talk about this for hours. This lesson, just so you'll know, is probably going to be a 2-part lesson because this is a long lesson. Not only that, a lot of the turkey sausages that you buy, you eat turkey. All I eat is turkey, 100% turkey. A lot of those turkey sausages, when you take them and you cut them so that you can fry them or boil them, they are cased in pork casing. That little plastic skin that's around the meat is pork. Most of the time it's pork. You got to read the ingredients real carefully and see if it's packaged in pork or turkey or chicken, because they use these things because it's cheaper. They use these things to package the meat, and you take it home, you slice it in half, and you fry it up, chop it up, and you're eating it. And you don't even realize that you're really eating pork along with your turkey or your beef. One more thing, and then we're going to get started. A lot of times when you go to the store and you buy yourself beef burgers, this is ground beef. It's 100% ground beef. It doesn't mean it is 100% from one animal. Thousands of animals, a portion of thousands of ground dead animals, however the animals got to the processing factory, they grind all those different animals up to make one hamburger. One beef burger got thousands of different animal particles in it. Not only that, it's not always beef. Whatever's available, whatever's cheapest, whatever's there, they'll ground it up. You'll never know the difference. They did a study and found human particles in some of the beef. Some of the beef hamburgers, when they test the meat, they had like 10, 20% human particles in ground beef. Why was human? Why? This world is diabolical. And what they do to make their money is treacherous. They don't care about you, but yet you think they do. If you're going to buy meat products, then you need to go directly to a farm and you need to watch them kill your animal, butcher it, take it home and eat it. And if the things that I've said to you thus far, you don't understand or you disagree with, please, by all means, feel free to do the research to see if what I'm saying to you is true. You shop at the butcher shop, it doesn't mean that the animals that you're buying was not dead when they got to the butcher shop or when they got butchered in the beginning. Just because you shop at a butcher shop means that that slab of meat is supposed to be from one animal, supposedly from one animal, unless you see those white lines in the middle where they use this glue to glue the particles together to make the meat look bigger. You got to be real careful. So my suggestion would be not the butcher shop, but a farm. Go to a farm and watch them kill that animal and cut it up for you. Take that meat home and then put it in your freezer and eat it to your leisure. But before you eat that meat, let me say this to you, because a lot of Israelites who want to serve the Most High doesn't fully understand the laws of the Creator. The Creator says that you cannot eat meat with the blood in it. Most of our people, we take the meat, we rinse it off at the zinc, and then we're frying it. And all you're doing is you're frying the meat with the blood in it. You're changing the continuity of the meat, the continuity of the blood. You're not eating it without the blood in it. If you're going to be a meat eater, whether you get it from the farm or whether you buy it from the store, which I suggest you don't buy it from no store or no butcher shop, go to the farm. But if you can't do that and you decide you want to eat meat after this lesson, you have to take that meat before you fry it and soak it in salt water for no less than, I would say, 24 hours. Soak it in salt water for no less than 24 hours to get all the blood out. And when you do that, you'll watch the blood. Now, you know what? To be careful, to be correct, go search how long you have to soak it in salt water before you can eat it to get the blood out of it. Go search that. Go research that. Strike my part of 24 hours. Go search it for yourself. You got to soak the meat in water with salt water for a period of time. I believe it's 24 hours. I believe it is. From the last studies I did, I believe that's what it is, 24 hours. But you got to soak the meat in salt water, and you will watch the residue of blood and a whole lot of other impurities come up out the meat. And it'll be soaking all across the top of the water. It will, if you put it in the zinc, it will line the siding of your zinc, all the different chemicals and byproducts that come out of that meat, because salt is a purifier. So if you're going to eat meat, then you need to soak the meat and soak the blood out of the meat before you cook it. Because if not, you're just changing the continuity of it, and you are still eating the meat in the blood. I mean, the blood in the meat. I mean, the meat in the blood. I mean, the blood in the meat. You're still eating it. It hasn't changed. You're doing the same thing, violating the laws of the Creator. And that goes for any meat. So therefore, if you're eating fast food, that's usually not real meat. But if it is real meat, did they soak the meat to get the blood out the meat before they cooked it? No, they didn't. They just dropped it down into the deep fryer, pulled it up, and gave it to you. And you're eating it. Same thing with beef. Same thing with turkey. Any meat, you got to get the blood out of it. Same thing with fish. You got to get the blood out of it before you can consume it. And most of us don't even think to do those things. But we love our chicken. We love our chicken. I had a conversation with my sister yesterday. She's probably on the line. She's probably in here. Sis, if you give them a shout out, sis, if you're here. She might be here. So, and I told her what the name of today's lesson was. Man, I wish I had my text. Did she text me or did she tell me? I don't remember. But she said something about, oh, no, I ain't letting go of my chicken. I ain't letting go of my chicken. And that's how a lot of us feel about chicken. Oh, my lesson already started, y'all. So listen. A lot of us don't know. Or let's say a lot of us are not aware that chicken was first created, invented. When they first invented chicken, they raised chickens to fight. They raised chickens so that they can fight each other, so that they can make money off of fighting chickens. And this was old, like 8 to 10,000 years ago. They raised chickens to fight. They called them cocks. Actually, male chickens fought better than the females. But they raised them and bred them for that purpose, to make them stronger so that this one would dominate the other one. And then after a while, when things got hard, what they started doing was they started feeding chicken to their slaves. And we're going back years. The first thing that they did with chickens, just like the pig, they gave it to the slaves first. They fed the slaves chicken as a supplement of regular food because it was easier to give them, easier to feed them, and plus a lot of the slaves could raise it on their own, so they didn't have to worry about running around feeding the slaves every day like a dog or a puppy. You give them some chickens, they raise their chickens, and then they teach how you cut them, kill them, and then they eat the chickens. Slaves were the first people who ate chicken. And when the oppressions came in, the oppressor began to eat chicken. But it wasn't originally for them. It was originally for our people because it was cheaper. Just like the pig. The pig was cheaper. These animals, you put them out in the garden, they take care of themselves. They were easier to manage. Chickens and pigs, two of the easiest things to manage. And that's what society did. They gave us those things and we consumed them. So now the eating of chicken, why a lot of us have a problem, stop eating these things, chicken and turkey and fish and beef. A lot of the reason why, and pork. I know some people that's Israelites that say, I'm going to serve the Creator, but I ain't going to let go of my pork bacon. I'm just going to eat the pork bacon. I ain't going to eat nothing else, just to eat the pork bacon. Some of them might be on this call right now or watching this video at a later time, but they'll still hold on to the pork bacon. A lot of the reason why we hold on to these things is because we got generation after generation after generation who ate these things. Therefore, the taste of it bring back ancient memories. And our bodies desire those things because our ancestors ate those things. Our ancestors ate them because they were forced to eat them, not because that's something that we desired. They were forced to eat these things. It became a part of our diet. So now our bodies are tuned into desiring the taste of chicken. But we're going to get into a whole lot of information today, and I'm going to take my time. This is an exhaustive class, which means it's long. It's long. It's going to be a lot of information. So if we don't get it all done by the 2 o'clock hour, we're going to go back and we're going to do a part 2 next week, and we're going to pick up where we left off. But it is a lot of information that we're going to share today. We're going to be patient. I'm going to try not to do too much talking so we can possibly get through a lot of it. But if we don't, believe me, the talking is going to be well worth it. So get ready, family. If you haven't liked and shared, please already like and share this page, this comment, this video, so that others will get the opportunity to see it, so that the algorithms will pick it up and share it out with a lot of other people. If you're on Facebook, if you're on Zoom, any of those things, you can also share it in those media groups. Share it in Facebook, share it on Instagram. Share it so people will hear this knowledge. Maybe somebody will stand up and say, Prince, see, you was wrong. This is what you said right here, Prince, but this is what it says. And I'm going to share with you this also before we begin. What I did a lot of was copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. And I put the reference where I copied it from right underneath of the information. So you can go back as a source for yourself to get that information. All right. So I ain't got nothing to hide, nothing to hide. Today, Hebrew is a thriving language used by millions of speakers around the world to communicate all their thoughts and desires. But it hasn't always been that way. That may have seemed always impossible less than 150 years ago, when the language was thought to exist only in ancient religious texts. Hebrew, for many years, was a dead language. So what we believe we're speaking today is not the original Hebrew. It's not. We are speaking today what the researchers have researched and been able to compile by other sources to give us what we understand to be the Hebrew dialect. Let me give you an example of what I mean. The first language there was that we understand that was of this order was Aramaic. Aramaic still exists. There are still people who speak the Aramaic language. Aramaic predates Hebrew, but Hebrew is a sister language of Aramaic. And then after Hebrew, first you got Aramaic, then you got Hebrew, and after Hebrew, you have a language that they call Arabic. Arabic is the language of the Muslims. They speak Arabic. Now, if you look at all three languages, they are very closely entwined. So if you didn't have Hebrew in the mix, but yet you know Hebrew predates Arabic, you can always cross-reference between Arabic and what was the first language I said? Aramaic. You can always cross-reference between Aramaic and Arabic to see what closely resembles that word of the Hebrew. So sometimes there wasn't an English word that they can put there because they couldn't find what that Hebrew word was that was actually in the scriptures. They would check the Aramaic, they would check the Arabic, but they couldn't find what that Hebrew word was. So therefore, they don't have an answer, and they'll tell you sometimes, we don't know what that is. Sometimes they'll tell you. And that is because Hebrew was a dead language. For over 1,000 years, Hebrew was a dead language. It only existed in the ancient writings. And some minority people held on to the original tongue. Some minority, and they didn't deal with us on that level. because they kicked us up in the hills and the mountains and they boot us out. They didn't deal with us. But we still have some of our original people who live in the land who still spoke the original tongue, and it ain't like this. It's slightly different. Okay? That's why when you look at old Hebrew scriptures, old Hebrew writings, the letters are in a different form than what this modern day Hebrew is in. This modern day form is not the original form of our forefathers. And I'm not even talking about Paleo Hebrew. I'm talking about the ancient Hebrew that is still written with a script, but is different than what we have today. So what they've done is they've taken our original tongue the best they could, researched and pulled out the information from all the research that they could find, and they presented it to us in today in the block form, in the Hebrew that they call now in the block form, and even in the modern day Hebrew script. There's two forms. One is script and one is modern block form. So even if the letter is not the original look of the original letter, the sound is supposed to be the original sound. So do you follow me? From the research that they've done, they grabbed all this information and they came up with a sound, but they changed the letter and made the letter look the way that it looked. So in ancient Hebrew, you got a letter that looks like this. And in ancient Hebrew, that's a sheen. It looks like a W. It's a sheen. That's actually a sheen, the letter sheen. But in the modern Hebrew, in the block form, a sheen looks like a circle with a house on the top of it, an oval shape on the top of it with a little line on the side. Sheen, in so many words. They're different. They just look different. So we're going to go through and we're going to look at what they came up with. Now that's a meme that I just described. The sheen looks like a little, almost like the same thing with the little squiggly lines, almost, but they put dots on either side to help you accent what the sound is supposed to be. So we'll deal with that. Look it up in the Hebrew, see what the sheen look like, and see what the meme look like, and see the difference in between the two. But let's rock on. This is where we're going to go. The reason why I even took the time to share with you about the ancient language and the old language and the modern language, the reason why I presented these things to you is because a lot of the things that we're going to read today, they will admit that they don't know what this bird is. They don't know what this animal is. They don't know. And the reason why they don't know is because our language has not been consistently spoken from the ancient days up until now. It was almost 1,000-year period since the original Hebrew had been spoken, or a spoken language by a nation of people. So a lot of the things they had to put in there and add in there what they wanted to add in, what they felt, and it ain't got nothing to do with anything that applies to scripture at all or Torah at all. And what I'm talking about is basically what we get ready to delve into. But every time they added something or omitted something, they leave a notation to let you know that we don't know. So they didn't get deceitful. They actually told us we don't know. So let's travel. For some thousands of years, Hebrew lay dormant as Jewish community. And this part here, I totally disagree with, but I had to put it because that's what they wrote. For some 1,000 years, Hebrew lay dormant as Jewish communities scattered across the globe and adopted the language of their homes. Now that's true. Hebrew communities scattered across the globe, and we adopted the language just like we adopted English. Being here in America, we adopted English. We read English now, and most of us don't know Hebrew unless we go and research it. But we left the Hebrew language and we adopted the English language. Now watch this part, how they try to add themselves in this. By the late 1800s, Hebrew vocabulary was limited to archaic and religious concepts of the Hebrew Bible and lacked words for everything from newspaper and academia to muffins and cars. This is the part where I was talking about how they tried to add themselves. They say Hebrew never really died. The Jewish people was once known as Hebrews for their language. Now, we wasn't known as Hebrews because of our language. Hebrew is a language from the Canaanites. It's a borrowed language from the ancient Canaanites. So we are actually speaking a Canaanite language. We were known to be Hebrews because of our ancestors, and it was far before Abraham. The first reference of the word Hebrew in the form of Hebrew that we have in the scriptures make reference of our father Abraham and say he was the Hebrew, Abram the Hebrew. They call him Abram the Hebrew. But it goes and it predates that. The word Hebrew in the language Hebrew is Ivrit. So in Ivrit, the first mention of Ivrit in the Torah is what our forefather, who was the son or grandson of Shem, his name was Eber. That's the first mention of Ivrit in the scriptures through Shem, Shem's son. I believe it was Shem's son. I think it was the Shem. I think it was the third son of Shem, and his name was Eber. That's the first mention of the word Hebrew. And out of Eber, our descendants was formed, and we became known as the Hebrews from Eber. Okay? But this is what they say. The Jewish people was once known as Hebrew from the language which flourished as roughly as the 13th, 2nd century BC, when the Hebrew Bible, also known as the Old Testament, was collected. Hebrew was used in daily life until the 2nd BC, and latest experts believe. Whew. A lot of people don't know this history that we're giving right now. We're sharing it because you have to know this information. Around, I believe it was around 300 BC, the Greeks, the Latin people, the Greeks came in and they conquered us, and they took 70 of our elders and they held them at knife spear, and they made them translate the Bible, our Hebrew Torah, from our language to their language. They put them all in different rooms, and they came out with their version, and then they compiled their version and came out what they call the Latin Vulgate, or the Pentateuch, or the Septuagint. They came out with their versions of the Torah, and they call it the Pentateuch, which is the 70, or the Septuagint, which is the 70, or the Pentateuch, which is their books that they compiled together. All right? After they had us translate what they wanted us to translate, so that they could understand what was written in the sacred scriptures. And then they did what they did. Now, they did that around 300 BC, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was around 300 BC, before Christianity, before that time. But this is a secret, and I want you to know this. Do your research and find this information. But when they did that around 300 BC, they held the sacred writings until around 600 AD. They held it like a secret until around 600 AD. And when they released the sacred writings around 600 AD, they released it to the people that they call the Masoretes. And that's why you have the Masoretic texts. They were the first ones to receive the released version, and the Masoretes took it and did what they did with it. And now today we have the Masoretic text. From the Masoretic text, you got a lot of other different versions of the Hebrew Bible. There is still a Hebrew Bible that's fully intact with ancient Hebrew in it, and it's called the Ethiopian Bible or the Samaritan Bible. The ancient Samaritans are the ones who still have an original form of the Hebrew Bible in its original form, and it's real old. They keep it. So go do the research on some of the things that we talked about today. You're going to have a whole plethora of information today, a whole plethora. Just research it so that you can increase your knowledge so that you will know. All right? But beginning in the second millennium, the Jewish people became increasingly ostracized and oppressed Now we take out the word Jewish because they wasn't Jewish, they were Hebrew. Through the rise and fall of Rome. Now watch this, because they make it, this is a straight lie, but watch what they say. Through the rise and fall of Rome, the Middle Ages, Renaissances, and beyond, they were forced to migrate around Europe. They're talking about Europeans. They're not talking about our people, because that didn't happen to us as a nation. And they adopted the language of the countries that they were in. They also formed new languages like Yiddish. We didn't form Yiddish. The Europeans formed Yiddish, which mixed Hebrew, German, and Slavic languages. The Slavic languages are European languages. The German languages are European languages. That wasn't us. Okay? But yet, Yiddish is a European language. Now, I left the mix right here where you all can go and find that information about those languages. And if anybody wants a copy, you let me know. Let's go into the book of Leviticus. We're going to start in Leviticus, the 11th chapter. Now, I tried to send out a warning and let everybody know that you got to walk through this. You got to hear it from its beginning to its end. But I see a lot of people are dropping off. That's okay. Long as when you come back, you pick up where you left off and you watch this information, read this information, learn this information, because there's a plethora of information for you to learn today. It says, and the Most High spoke unto Moshe and Aharon, saying to them, speak to the people of Israel, saying, these are the living things that you may eat among the animals that are on the earth. Now, when I was preparing this lesson, I thought about it. I said, a lot of people are new to this way of life, and they truly don't understand the law when it comes to things that you should and should not eat. All they know is, most of them, all they know is you can't eat pork. But there are so many things that you cannot eat. And we need to share this information with the world so that you'll know. So anybody new into this way of life, here's a portion of information you can utilize. We're going to dig deep and we're going to explain things and we're going to show you some things, that which we are able to explain. These are the living things that you may eat among all the animals that are on the earth. Whatever parteth the hoof, and is cloven footeth, and cheweth the cud among the animals, you may eat. So they had to do all three things. They had to be cloven footed, they have to chew the cud, and they have to be part the hoof. Then you can eat those things. Nevertheless, among those chew the cud or part the hoof, you shall not eat these. Now, the word is Male Gerah, and it means Male. Male means to bring up or to ascend. Ole means to ascend or to rise. Male means from bringing. This is what cheweth the cud actually means. It means to chew the cud. The cud is garar, and garar means to roll. One of the marks of uncleanness in the sense of filthiness of food, or quadruple given in Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14, is the chewing of the cud. What chewing the cud mean? Now, I'm sure you understand what a split hoof mean. I'm sure you understand what cloven footed mean. But a lot of people don't understand what cheweth the cud mean. So cheweth the cud is ma'ole gerah, cheweth the cud. And what cheweth the cud means is that an animal, most clean animals have two stomachs. Most clean, full-footed animals have two stomachs. And these two stomachs, the animal will swallow the food and it will regurgitate it, which means spit it back up. But doesn't mean that it comes out of his mouth. Sometimes it did, but that ain't what it means. They will spit it back up after they swallowed it out of one stomach and then swallow it again, and it would transfer to the second stomach. That food went through a process, a formation, however it was utilized. It went through a process and it went into the second stomach, and then they defecated it and it came out after it was utilized, whatever they can use it for. So To chew up the cud means that an animal would swallow it and then regurgitate it back up, chew it again, and swallow it again. That's what chew up the cud meant. And the Creator had that for us to do, to find animals that proceeded and did that process. But now here's the thing. See, this because this digs into something else that we don't really pay attention to oftentimes. How do we know that the animals did that? We had to watch the nature of the animal. We had to watch them as they ate to see if they chewed it, spit it back up, and chewed it again. We have to watch to see. So you have to be mindful what animal you could eat. If it had the hoofs, if it was split hoofs, it was cloven footed, but it didn't chew the cud, you couldn't eat it. But if you watched and it did all those things, then you could eat that animal. And what we also have to take into account is that a lot of our people afterwards will cut the animals open and investigate the animal's digestion system. And that, by having two stomachs, would also let us know that this animal is more than likely acceptable for us to eat, as long as he covered all the other things that was needed, like the split hoof and the cloven footed. As long as the animal did all three, then we can pronounce that animal as biblically clean for us to eat. Now, the camel, the word in camel in Hebrew is gamal. That's a Hebrew letter in the Hebrew alphabet, and it actually has a humpback on it, a gamal. Now, the camel in Islamic tradition, in Islamic customs, is a delicacy. That was something that they just found, wow, if you have a wedding, you're having a birthday party, you're having a marriage or something, that a birth, somebody just born, and you want to have a great feast, a great event, you slaughter a camel and you would eat it. And, there's a lot of similarities between the Islamic customs and language that there are with our own people. But in Islam, camel is able to be eaten. But in our way of life, camel is not ready or able to be eaten ritually for Hebrew. We cannot eat camel. But Muslims eat camel as a delicacy. The camel, because it cheweth the cud, that means it chews the cud, swallow its food, regurgitate its food back up, and then chew it, eats it again, but does not part the hoof, is unclean for you. And the rock badger, in the Hebrew, the rock hyrax is called shafar salah, meaning rock shafan. Now, this word here, they really don't know what it means. They put in rock badger. Some different translations will put different words in there, but that word was also used, shafan salah was also used for a rabbit. There are different words that they utilize for different things. They call it here a rock badger. Some books will say rabbit, and in the next verse they'll say hare. They have two different words being utilized for the rock badger and the hare. Two different words, but they really don't know the meaning of the shafan selah. So they translated from the research that they did, from the best that they could come up with, they got what they call a rock badger. Now, I got a picture of all those things later. This is the camel's foot. This is a picture of the camel foot. You think that this is a split toe, but it's not. That toe is actually connected. It's not split. And the meaning of shafan is obscure, but it's colloquially used as synonymous for rabbit in modern Hebrew, because it cheweth the cud, but it does not part the hoof. It is unclean to you. Now, this was a picture of a rock badger. If you look at his foot, it appears as if his foot is parted, as if he has parted feet, but it doesn't. And the hair, because it chews the cud, but not part the hoof, it is unclean to you. This is the rabbit's foot. It's not, the feet is not parted. So therefore, the rabbit, it does chew the cud, but it doesn't part the hoof. So therefore, the rabbit is unclean for you. I thought I had a picture of the badger's foot, which I do have it. I just thought I had it on my my layout, but I don't. But if you can look at that picture on the bottom, the picture would show you that the badger's foot is like a web foot. It's all connected. There's no separation there. The rabbit's foot, it's all connected. There is no separation. And that's the rabbit. The question was, do rabbits eat their cud? Rabbits eat their own poop. Do chickens eat their own poop? Rabbits eat their own poop. While some people might find that practice distasteful and say yuck, biologically it represents a highly efficient and successful solution to a digestive dilemma. Chewing the cud. Cud chewing animals. Cud is a food component that returns from the stomach to the mouth of an animal for a second chew. Now, that process of chewing the cud is called a rumination. Rumination is the process by which cud is generated during digestion. Ruminations are the other names for cud chewing animals. So a lot of animals that chew the cud, they might not name the animal, but they just call it a ruminant animal. And a ruminant animal means that that animal actually chew the cud. Examples of a cud chewing animal. Cud chewing animals include cattle, deer, sheep, goats, and antelope. Now remember, the cow, what was that animal called with the humpback on his back? What was he called? Anybody know? What was that animal called with the humpback right here? What's that animal called?
Gamel.
Gimel. That's right. It's a camel. So a camel, I want you to remember that a camel also chew the cud, but they're not clean because of their feet. So cud chewing animal, ruminant animals is not just mentioned. All of them are not mentioned here, just a few of them. Organisms like cows and buffalo. Now we get ready to get into something else. Organisms like cows and buffalo swallow food fast and store it in their stomachs. Later on, they bring up the food, cud, back to their mouths, chew it again. This process of chewing cud is called ruminant, and these animals are called ruminants. Now watch this with the pig. A pig has a digestion system which is classified as monogastric or non-ruminant. Humans also have this type of digestion system. So if you ever want to ask, is it okay to eat people? The answer would be no. They have one stomach, mono meaning one, and gastric meaning stomach. This is a picture of the pig's mouth, esophagus, its stomach, its intestines, and then its rectum, where it poops. Monogastric differs from that of polygastric or ruminant. Polygastric, poly means more than one. So gastric means stomach. Monogastric means one stomach. Polygastric means more than one stomach, or the word ruminant. It's a digestive system found in cattle and sheep. The pig, katjer, because it's part the hoof and it is cloven-footed, so it passed the first two inspections. It parts the hoof and it is cloven-footed. It does not chew the cud. Therefore, it is unclean to you. So as a Hebrew, you should not eat the pig. Everybody said, well, we know that, Prince. We accept that, Prince. But watch when we get to the chicken. Watch when we get to the cow. Watch when we get to the turkey. Let's see if we know that too. It's easy when you're already doing something to accept that that thing should be done. So you're already not eating pig. It's easy to say, hey, I know we shouldn't eat pig because you're already doing it. So it's cool for you to do. But if you got something in your diet that you hold dear to your heart. You don't want to stop doing that just because a prince stands up and says to you, hey, you ain't supposed to do that. You don't want to stop eating it. You're going to hold on to that chicken. You're going to hold on to that turkey. You're going to hold on to that cow. You're going to hold on to those things. You're not going to want to let them go because they become a part of your life. And by right, you should do that. But what you also should do is research and study and investigate to see if what the prince said was correct. Because if what the prince said is correct, then you should let it go. These you may eat of all that are in the waters. Everything in the waters that have fins and scales, whether in the seas or in the rivers, you may eat. But anything in the seas or the rivers that does not have fins and scales, of the swarming creatures in the waters and all the living creatures that are in the waters, it is detestable to you. You shall regard them as detestable. You shall not eat of anything of their flesh, and you shall detest their carcass. Everything in the waters that does not have fins and scales is detestable to you. So here's a list of all the clean animals, clean fish. I mean, not animals, but fish. Here's a list of all the clean fish. And I'm not going to read that whole list, but I want you to know that this list is here for you. Here's a list of all the clean fish that we know of that you can eat. This one surprised me. Mackerels is a fish that I didn't know that you can eat. But if you notice, you don't see sardines on there. Oh, yeah, you do. Sardines. But sardines shouldn't be on this list. And I'm going to tell you why sardines shouldn't be on this list. Sardines mean little fish. But it could be little fish of any nature of fish. Sardines should not be on this list. Sardines means little fish, and we don't know if that little fish is a clean fish or unclean fish. Therefore, sardines shouldn't be here. So please forgive me for not striking that one. Now, tilapia, another fish that's on here that you got to be careful of. Tilapia is a fish that shouldn't be eaten. No Hebrew Israelite should eat tilapia because tilapia is not a natural fish. Tilapia is a man-made fish, and tilapia is dangerous for your health. Most tilapia fish that they have today are farm-raised. A lot of bacteria and chemicals, and I know you see it cheap. It's cheap for a reason. Tilapia is another fish that no Hebrew should be eating. All right? TORAHLY. Trout is a very good fish. Now, trout is a fish that is very popular in the Hebrew diet. Very popular. But here's one that caused a little confusion, and that's tuna. A lot of tuna has caused a lot of controversy over the years as to whether tuna was clean or unclean. Tuna has scales, especially the albacore tuna. It's a delicacy. Albacore is a very good tuna. Tuna has scales and fins. They're just real small and fine. So what you have to do with tuna, you can eat tuna. Tuna is acceptable kosher by law. Tuna is acceptable. A lot of people come into the Israelite culture and they see tuna, they say from tradition, they say, oh, we can't eat that, but you can. And even if you look at a tuna can of fish, a lot of tuna fish, cans of tuna fish has the U symbol or the kosher symbol on them. And even though it does, it doesn't always mean that that thing is kosher. But in this instance, tuna is kosher. Okay? If there are any questions, you can type your questions in a room and we'll try to get to it. And if there are no questions, I take it that I'm doing a pretty good job explaining everything. These you shall test among the birds. They shall not be eaten. They are detestable. Detestable, which means that you shouldn't eat them. So let's travel. Because we're getting ready to get to the chicken. We coming up on the chicken. That thing that you like to eat that you don't want to let go. We coming up on it. Somebody said, call me and text me when you get to the chicken. We at the chicken. All right. Fish is considered an animal, but a lot of people don't consider fish as meat. A lot of people don't consider fish to be meat. It's definitely not white meat, but it's a meat. Fish is meat, but a lot of people don't consider it to be meat because it lives in the ocean. And these, Leviticus chapter 11, verse 13, and these you should detest among the birds. They shall not be eaten. They are detestable. The very first thing on the list is the eagle, the bearded vulture, the black vulture, the kite, the falcon of any kind. Now, the vulture, the falcon, the kite, all of these things are in the same family, the vulture family. My argument was that chickens and vultures are related. My argument was that chicken actually comes from vultures. But the argument was that it doesn't. So therefore, because it doesn't come from the vulture, it's not unclean and we can eat it. That poses a lot of problems. But we're going to read here and we're going to address that issue a little bit later. It says, the black vulture, the kite, the falcon of any kind, every raven of any kind, the ostrich and the nighthawk, the seagull, the hawk of any kind, the little owl, the cormorant, the short-eared owl, the barn owl, the tawny owl, and carrion vultures, the stork, the heron of any kind, and the hoop and the bat. The bat is not really a bird, but because it flies, they saw fit to add the bat in this here because it flies, but the bat is not a bird. What I want to bring your mind to is that all these things we just read, all these birds that they say are there, they have no evidence to prove what those birds are. They'll see the Hebrew word, but they don't know what bird that actually is. They don't know that this Hebrew word means vulture. They don't know that. Let's look here. Let's watch this right here. Hoop. Duk Yafa. Hoop. They have it as a lapwing. Bird included into Pentateuch among the unclean birds. They named the word Dukipat. They named it hoop, a hoop bird. Now they actually have a bird that they name as hoop bird that they said that was a hoop bird. But they truly today don't know what that bird was. They don't know what bird was the actual bird that the scriptures in the book of Leviticus 11 and 19 and the scriptures, the book of Deuteronomy 14 and 18. They really don't know what that word meant or what particular bird was being mentioned here. Now, in earlier references, the Creator gave us a clear understanding about the animals. He said the animals had to have an identifying feature that you can actually see on his outside flesh that you would know that this animal is unclean. And it was, he had to have split hooves and he had to be cloven-footed. Outside of everything else, we can see that this animal so far meets the law and he will be considered clean. We get to the fish in the sea. The fish in the sea, the Creator takes the time and he explains to us it has to have fins and scales. And I actually had a picture of all of that, the fins and scale of an animal, of a fish, and it's all on my page. I can pull it up if I need to, and I probably will go to those things just to show you. But the fish has fins and the fish has scales. And you can see all that on a diagram of a fish just by looking at it. You can see, just like by looking at a mammal, you can see that he has split hoofs and cloven-footed. You can see all those things. But when it comes to the bird, the Most High does not give us a specific thing to look for to determine if the bird is or is not a clean animal. There is no physical trait that we can look for on the bird to determine if that bird is a clean bird or if that bird is not a clean bird. And because of this, the hoop bird was by the Karaite considered to be unclean, for which reason they prohibit the eating of the latter. Now, the Karaite considered, these people called the Karaite confused. The hoop bird was the bird that the Karaite said was a chicken, the jungle fowl. They said, we can't eat that chicken because it's unclean. The Karaites, if anybody don't know, the Karaites is a group of the Jewish community that goes way back into around 600 AD. The Karaites, the earliest instance of Karaites, they always separated from the rabbinical order. The Karaites said, we don't believe in rabbis. We're not dealing with the rabbis, and we sticking to Torah. The rabbis came in and said, well, we're going to agree that this is how it should be. And they wrote the Mishnah, which is a commentary to the Torah, which allow things that the Torah says shouldn't be. The Mishnah and the Talmud and all those things allow you to do certain things. Now, let me tell you a little bit about the Talmud. The Talmud says that a boy, a child, a young boy, can have intercourse with a grown man. A boy, a young child, male, can have intercourse with a grown man. And it's not a problem. It also says that if you have sex with a female, a young girl, if a grown man has sex with a young, it's the Talmud. I should have printed all that stuff out and showed you, but do the research and find it. It'll show you. If a young woman, I believe it's under the age of 8, I believe they say. If a young woman, now I'm not so sure about the quoting of the age, but I believe it's 8. If a young woman under the age of 8 has intersex and becomes the wife of a man, a grown man, he could be 30, 40, 20, he could be 18, whatever it is, whatever they consider to be a grown man, and 20 is the age of a grown man. But if a grown man has intercourse with a young girl under the age of 8, she's still a virgin. That's the teachings of the Talmud. It's okay for men to have homosexual relations with a young boy as long as he's young. It's okay for a man to have intercourse with a girl, with a female, as long as she's under the age of, or if she's under the age of 8, she's still a virgin. But these things are hideous. These are unspeakable things that I don't even need to elaborate on, just letting you get the mind of the Jewish man. But then we got so many Hebrew Israelites that's practicing Judaism. You can't pick and choose what you want to accept. You have to accept it all. And the Talmud states those things. Take the time and research those things, family. But these are the people that we're following after. European people who practice these things and have their own definition of Torah through the Mishnah and through the Talmud. They determine what's what. Those are the same people who vastly came together to determine what birds these are. And gave you that this is talking about the vulture. This is talking about the crane. This is talking about the eagle. They gave us that information and people accepted it. Well, we're going to read all that. I'm not just talking it. I'm going to prove it to you. And people accept it. But there was a group called the Karaites. The Karaites keep the new moon like we keep the new moon with the first crescent moon. The Karaites keep the Shabbat like we keep the Shabbat. You don't do any work. You shut it down. The Karaites are so close to the way we do it. The Karaites dismiss the Jewish interpretation of Torah, just as we do. And the Karaites are a group of Jewish community people of many different persuasions, nationalities, and background. They could be black, they could be white, they could be green, they could be purple, they could be any color, because it's not about color with the Karaites. The Karaites has been around for a very long time, and they tend to have the mindset like we do today, where we strictly live by Torah. The Karaites did not eat chicken because they said that chicken was unclean. For hundreds of years, the Karaites did not eat chicken. And then they got politically involved in most recent times. They got political. A portion of the Karaites began eating chicken because the rabbis who they sat down with told them that it was okay. A portion of the Karaites, but by majority rule, the Karaites still don't eat chicken. Let's read on. So we passed the animals, and now we're getting into all winged insects. We're going to pick back up where we left off, talking about the chicken and the cow and those things a little bit later. But I want to get through the book of Leviticus first. We got 40 pages to go. So let's rock. Leviticus 11 and 20. All winged insects that go on all fours are detestable to you. Now remember, family, for those of you who already know this information, I'm just giving you a refresher. But there's a lot of Israel who just came into this knowledge, who don't know half of this information that we're sharing today. And this is also for them, so that they will learn what they can and cannot eat and why in many cases. All winged insects that go on all fours are detestable to you. So a fly is detestable to you. You shouldn't eat a fly. Yet among the wings insects that go on all fours, you may eat those that have jointed legs above their feet, with which to hop on the ground. There are a lot of insects who have jointed legs, which means bent like that, and then they hop on the ground. Those things you may eat. Roaches don't hop. Although they have joint on their legs, they don't hop. Some of them do a little imitation of a flight, but they don't hop. Therefore, if you got roaches, you got to kill them. But guess what? If you in your house and you kill a roach in your house, if that roach dies on your stove is unclean for a period of time. You got to clean your stove, and you got to let it sit until the sun go down before it's pronounced clean. If you kill a roach in your house, on your table, on your cup, in your glass, it's going to speak about all these different things. But a lot of people say that's too much, Prince. That's too much. I can't keep up with all that. But you have to. Because if you truly desire to worship and serve the Creator like you have to, like you're supposed to, like you truly desire, if you do, then these things must be enforced. These things must be done. Because the Creator requires it, not Prince. The Most High requires these things of you. Leviticus 11 and 24. By these you shall become unclean. Whoever touches their carcass shall be unclean until the evening. So if you find you come in your house and you got one dead on the floor and you pick it up with your hand and you put it in the trash, you're unclean. And you shall be unclean until the evening. You know, that's a remarkable thing right here, that they say evening. And when I read that, the first thing I thought about was the lesson that I did last Wednesday. And if you didn't see that lesson talking about day and night, evening and day, if you didn't see that lesson, you might want to go to our page and look up that lesson and watch it. It talks about when a day begins. There's so much controversy in the nation of Israel right now as to when a day begins. This lets you know that that's when the day begins to end. That's when the day comes to its end, because you're going to be unclean for a whole period of time. That period of time that you're unclean stops when the evening comes. So once the evening comes and the nighttime now follows after that, you're not unclean anymore. Why? Because it's another day. It says, and whosoever carries any part of their carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. Every animal that parts the hoof, but is not cloven-footed, or does not chew at the cud, is unclean to you. Everyone who touches them shall be unclean. So if you touch the dead body of your dog, He died in your house on your floor, and you touch him, you are unclean to the evening, which means simply that you have to take a bath before the sun go down, and then once the sun go down, you're clean. That's what it means. So during the time that you're unclean, you shouldn't make prayer to the Creator if you're unclean. All these things that I'm saying are all scriptural. You should not pray to the Creator if you're unclean. If your menstrual cycle is on, that makes you unclean. During that time, you should not make prayer to the Creator. That's another thing. You have to watch when you approach the Creator in your condition of uncleanness. If you have intercourse with your wife or your husband, and your husband ejaculates, that ejaculation that comes out of your husband, whatever it gets on is unclean. If it gets on you, you're unclean. If it gets in you, you're unclean. If it gets on your bed is unclean. If it gets on your sheets are unclean. Anything that semen gets on is unclean, and it would need to be washed, and it'll be unclean until the evening. Once the sun go down, then it's pronounced clean again. If you become unclean by any of those reasons in the morning time or at night, you should not make prayer to the Creator in that condition, because you are spiritually, ritually unclean. Let's read on. Every animal that parteth the hoof, but is not cloven-footed, or does not chew the cud, is unclean to you. Everyone who touches them shall be unclean. And all that walk on their paws among the animals that go on all fours are unclean to you. Whoever touches their carcass shall be unclean until the evening. And he who carries their carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. They are unclean to you. Leviticus 29, Leviticus 11 and 29. And these are unclean to you among the swarming things that swarm on the ground: the mole rat, the mouse, the great lizard of any kind, the gecko, the monitor lizard, the sand lizard, and the chameleon. These are all unclean to you: the snake, the lizard, anything that travels on the ground. Some of these things are on their stomach. Among that all that swarm, whosoever touches them when they are dead shall be unclean until the evening. That part is very important, because although these animals are unclean, they're only unclean once they're dead. If they're alive, then you could touch them, you could do whatever you want, and you're not considered to be unclean. But once they die, these animals are now off limits for you. You're not supposed to touch them. You're not supposed to eat them. You're not supposed to do anything with them. You can bury them, but if you bury them, you are now unclean if you touch them. Therefore, if you become unclean, you have to wash your clothes, wash your body, and remain unclean until the evening. These are unclean to you. Among all that swarm, whoever touches them when they are dead shall be unclean until the evening. And anything on which, now watch this, and anything on which any of them fell or falls when they are dead shall be unclean. So if they fall on your stove, if they fall on your table, if they fall on your floor, anything they fall on is unclean once they're dead. Whether it is an article of wood or a garment or a skin or a sack, any article that is used for any purpose, it must be put in water, and it shall be unclean until the evening. Then it shall be clean. And if any of them falls into any earthen vessel, All that is in it shall be unclean, and you shall break it. Any food in it that could be eaten, on which water comes, shall be unclean. If you hit them with a pokey stick, it's different. Then you're not unclean. You get them out the way, you're not touching them. As long as you don't touch them. But the amazing thing in how I want to bring this out is how if it falls in a pot of flour that you use to eat, it's unclean. But if it's a bunch of seeds in that pot and it falls into a bunch of seeds, as long as you don't put water in that pot, then those seeds are not unclean. Those seeds can still be eaten and used. But if there's water in there with it, with the seeds, and one of those animals, dead bugs or something, fall in that pot, if it's water in the pot with the seeds, then it's unclean. As long as there's no water with the seeds, then the seeds are still clean, even though the animal or the bug or whatever it was unclean. Watch this. And if any of them falls into any earthen vessel that is in it shall be unclean, and you shall break it. Any food in it that could be eaten, on which water comes, shall be unclean. And all drink that you could drink from every such vessel shall be unclean. So many of us today take no heed to the stringent rules that the Creator has in place. So many of us. We go through life and don't even think about the intricacy and the importance and delicacy of remaining spiritually clean to approach the Creator. And everything on which any part of their carcass falls shall be unclean. Whether oven or stove, it shall be broken in pieces. They are unclean and shall remain unclean for you. Nevertheless, a spring, now that's my correction. He said you can't even wash them. He says break those stoves, break those ovens. Back then, the stove and the oven was made of earth. It was like a clay, that they made them in. So yes, you break those. Whether oven or stove, it shall be broken in pieces. They are unclean and shall remain unclean for you. Nevertheless, a spring, now watch this part, a spring or a cistern holding water shall be clean. But whoever touches the carcass in them shall be unclean. So if a dead body falls, if one of those animals, creatures, bugs that are unclean, their dead body fall in a pond of water, the water is not unclean. But you got to reach in and take that animal out. If you touch that animal, you're unclean. But the water is not. But you are. And if any part of their carcass falls upon any seed or any grain that is to be sown, it is still clean. But if water is put on the seed and any part of their carcass falls on it, once water put on it, it is unclean to you. Then you can't eat it. Now, a lot of us been in this way of life for many years and didn't know that. So this is a refresher for a lot of us, and it's good. We get into the beef, y'all. We get into the beef. Yeah, the physical beef. Leviticus 11:39. If any animal which ye may eat dies, whosoever touches his carcass shall be unclean until the evening. And whosoever eateth of his carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. Now, whatever animal that ye may eat, if it dies, that means if it dies of itself, you don't know how it died. You just happen to come and see your donkey, your cat, let me say something that you can eat, your sheep or your goat laying on the ground, it's dead. And you don't know how it died. If you touch it, you're now unclean. If you kill it, you're not unclean once it dies. But if you touch it and it died by itself, then you're unclean. Whoever touches his carcass shall be unclean until the evening, and whoever eat up its carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. No, the corpse is unclean. Just get something, pick it up, and throw it out. Leviticus 11:41. Every swarming thing that swarms on the ground is detestable. That means everything that goes on its belly. It shall not be eaten. Whatsoever goes on its belly, and whatsoever goes on all four, and whatsoever has many feet, any swarming thing that swarms on the ground, ye shall not eat, for they are detestable. Ye shall not make for yourselves detestables with any swarming thing that swarms, and you shall not defile yourselves with them and become unclean through them. For I am the Most High, your Elohim. Consecrate yourselves, therefore, and be ye holy. That's the command of the Creator. Consecrate yourself and be ye holy. Yes, you can wear gloves to get it out because you're not directly touching it. You shall not defile yourselves with any swarming thing that crawls on the ground. For I am the Most High, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt to be your Elohim. You shall therefore be holy, for I am the Most High. Leviticus 11:46. This is the law about the beasts and birds and every living creature that moves through the waters and every creature that swarms on the ground, to make a distinction between the unclean and the clean, and between the living creatures that ye may eat and the living creatures that you may not eat. All right. If there are any questions, please feel free to type your questions in a row. But I got to go here and we got to read this. So let me pull this up now so we can get this here done, this part. You got to be kidding me. All these people, they cut my page off, y'all. They must have saw me doing all this research and say, hey, this little, whatever they call me, they don't want us to. Wow. This must be a mistake. Hold on. Let me grab this again. This must be a mistake. It's got to be a mistake. Just give me 1 second. Now the page is gone. Okay, something went wrong. They don't want to let me in. This is crazy. They don't want to let me in. Let me try it again. All right, let me see if I got it already. National Geographic.
Are you trying to go outside of your page that you're sharing with us?
Yeah, but I'm pulling up the page and then I'll share it with you.
Okay.
Boy, they don't want to let me in. Oh, hey, I got it. Now they can't get past me. Job turkeys. Yeah. Because I saved a lot of stuff in my file just for this purpose. So we're going to read this. Let's travel. All right. Bear with me, family. Can you all see that screen?
Okay, you have a few questions too.
All right. Well, we'll address the questions first before I read. You want to present them? I'll deal with those first.
The audio says, so did we have greenhouses or something? I'm wondering because if a dead fly falls onto wet soil, the crops are unclean.
If the dead fly falls into wet soil, no, we can't. In my understandings, we wouldn't say that would make them unclean. If we're planting something in the ground, dead fly falls on wet soil, he just falls on the dirt. He ain't falling on the seed. So that would be different. But if the dead fly fell on the vegetation, then that vegetation, if it's water upon it, would be unclean. but that's a part of nature. So you're going to have flies and insects, and all those things are going to be in nature. So that's nothing we can control. But if you take some food and you discontinue it from growing from the ground, and it's on your plate, and a dead fly falls on it, it's unclean. Are there any other questions?
Adonijante says, when it comes to meat, if you don't know how it died, would that make meat from a market unclean since we don't see them kill it?
Absolutely. What I would do is I would refrain from eating meat from a market because you don't know how it died. And if it died on its own, the farmer is still going to sell it. I'm sure he will. That was a part of the conversation that we had earlier.
We got one more question. Why is fish not considered an animal?
Because they say that fish is not meat. I'm not going to say it's not considered an animal. It's an animal. But they say that fish is not meat because it lives in the ocean. But in essence, it is meat. It's still a form of meat, and it has blood. Anyone else?
Who?
All right. Now, what they try to do is knock me out, so I couldn't pull up this subject. See, I think it's very important that we understand what we're doing and why we do what we do. So therefore, I grabbed this information, and it's a whole history of something that took place and how they did what they did to come up with this modern day chicken that we eat. So many people eat these chickens. Can anybody read that? Can y'all read that? Ima, could you read that? Is it too small for you?
I'm looking at it.
You want me to blow it up? I can blow it up a little bit.
Yeah, I can read it.
All right. Could you read that for us, please? I'll tell you when to stop. It's a nice story.
So, you want me to read starting with in 1925? It's blown up too much.
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect right there.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
In 1925, there were more than 6 million farms in the United States, compared with 2 million now. They were mostly small.
Oh, stop there. There was more than 6 million farms, but today it's only 2 million. So what is that saying about farms? Think, family. Think. Please.
Okay. They were mostly small properties growing a mix of crops and animals, and they almost all raised chickens. Which type of chicken was a complicated question because there were so many to choose from.
There were so many different types of chicken to choose from. Read on. Keep that in mind as we're reading, family.
The January 1921 issue of the American Poultry Journal carried 6 pages of small type classified ads featuring dozens of varieties from hundreds of breeders nationwide. Single comb, Anacondas, silver, Wyandottes, brown leghorns, black lang hens, light Brahmas, Sicilian buttercups, golden campines, white laced red Cornish, silver gray Dorkling, silver spangled Hamburgs, mottled Udins, mahogany Orloffs, white minor casts, speckled Sussex. Most farms kept small flocks from a few birds up to about 200, and for most of them, the point of chicken was eggs. Birds were sold for that meat only when hens were spent or when the chicks hatched out male. Farmers chose a variety.
If the chicken hatched out to be a male, a rooster, they would sell it as meat. But other than that, they kept them so that they can do egg production because the business was largely about producing eggs. They didn't eat a lot of chicken meat. Read on.
Okay. Most farms kept small flocks from a few birds up to about 200. And for most of them, the point of chickens was eggs. Birds were sold for meat only when hens were spent or when chicks hatched out male. Farmers chose the variety they raised based on what other farmers in the area preferred. Breeds that had adapted well to whatever wet or dry, windy or humid conditions prevailed where they lived, or because they were persuaded by boastful ads that talked up the egg production of breeds that won medals at state and national poultry expositions.
All right, keep on reading, please.
Chicken production's first step on the road to innovation and the expansion that followed it came in 1923 with the first electrically heated incubator. That freed farmers from having to choose and maintain breeding stock, and also from losing the months in a hen's short productive life when she would be hatching her eggs instead of laying more. Now they could outsource those tasks to a new tier of the industry. Thousands of hatchers shipping newborn chicks by mail, but the breeds those chicks came from were still selected for maximum egg production, not for any eating pleasure they might offer after their laying years ended. Choosing birds for how many eggs they could lay was a smart strategy through the privations of the Great Depression and the restrictions of the World War II. It maximized the protein you could get from a bird without sacrificing the bird herself. But after the war, when beef and pork emerged from rationing, eggs seemed dull by comparison.
Now stop this for a second. After the war, when beef and pork, the industry bloomed, it grew, then it seemed like people didn't want eggs no more. So what they had to do was come up with a way to get the chicken back on the market, because people didn't really want eggs as much anymore because they got other alternatives. They got pork, they got beef, and what they wanted to do was try to corner the market so that they would continue to make their money, profit. Think, family, it's all about the money in this industry, all about money. So now people started eating a lot of beef and chicken and pork. I mean, not chicken, but beef and pork. They started eating a lot of beef and pork. And watch what the chicken industry does. Read it. Read on, please.
Okay. I finished that. But after the war, when beef and pork emerged from rationing, eggs seemed dull by comparison, and laying hens' lack of tasty muscle made them an insufficient alternative. People had willingly cut their meat eating for a long time to support the war. Now they wanted to indulge.
So they were starting to eat the beef and the pork and not the chicken, because the beef and the pork was tasty. It had a different flavor to it. It did more to their taste buds. So they wanted to bring something about to make it different for them. And watch what they did. These people are crafty.
One smart retailer saw the problem coming. Howard C. Pierce, the poultry research director for the A&P Food Stores supermarket chain, told a November 1944 poultry meeting in Canada that someone needed to develop a sumptuous chicken, a bird with a breast like a turkey's. By the next summer, his wish ignited an extraordinary undertaking.
So this was back in 1944, family. And I want y'all to listen, because this is where you get your modern chicken from, that you like to eat, that you refuse to let go. This is where it comes from. Read on, please.
The Chicken of Tomorrow contest, organized by the USDA with the backing of A&P and the support of every major poultry and egg organization in the country, all aimed at breeding a better chicken. The effort was massive. The contest had 55 national organizers, scientists and bureaucrats loaned from government agencies, producer organizations, and land grant colleges, and hundreds of volunteers in 44 states. That was out of 48. Alaska and Hawaii had not been added yet. It began with the state contest in 1946, progressed to regional judging in 1947, and it ended with a national competition held at the University of Delaware's Agricultural Experiment Station.
So this is a big thing. This is a big thing that they're doing now. They're putting out a contest to see what they can come up with to set down. Remember, this has to taste good and it has to be quality. So they're trying to experiment in how they can ration up something that will produce a chicken. Now, this is National Geographic that we're reading about too. So y'all know they're reputable. They're trying to figure out a way that they can create a chicken that will compete with the meat industry. Now, they've been raising chickens for hundreds of years. Some of these farmers was raising chickens from their grandfather, their great-grandfather, their grandfather. So, you know, they was experimenting already. Now, they're going to take it to another level. Read on. Let's see what it's saying.
What they aimed to achieve was droolingly described in the Saturday Evening Post in 1947. After the contest was 2/3 through, one bird, chunky enough for the whole family, a chicken with breast meat so thick you can carve it into steaks, with drumsticks that contain a minimum of bone buried in layers of juicy dark meat, all costing less instead of more. Anyone who wanted to compete, and they ranged from small farmers to large established companies, was granted 1 year to devise and breed a bird that possessed the sturdy meat qualities the contest was hoping for. If they reached that goal, they then had to prove their bird was reproducible by breeding enough birds in enough generations to last through a 3-year beauty pageant.
You know why they had to prove that their bird was producible? When you crossbreed a lot of animals, you get like what they call a mule.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get a live animal that will live, but it cannot reproduce itself. So they were experimenting with different birds whatever they desired to have this bird to do, they had to find a bird that produced this type of thing, and therefore they will find a way to crossbreed it with a chicken. First of all, there had to be a bird that would crossbreed with a chicken. They're going to say that they ran through all the chickens that they could find, but I'm going to let them tell you how they did what they did. They found a way to crossbreed this bird. They call it bioengineering or what's that word that they call? We'll get to it. I can't remember. It wasn't engineering, but it was. It's a medical term when you cross two species of something together. Hybrid. Yes, hybrid. My mind. I've been studying and reading so much. I got it in my notes. They made a hybrid chicken. They're going to say that they hybrided out of other chickens and all that other stuff, but they hybrided it out of something else. And we're going to find out later what they hybrided out of. But this is the chicken that you're eating today. Read on, please. Oh, we're going to crossbreeding it. All right. Watch this. Read on. Let me know where you at. You ready?
Yes. Okay. This was a significant challenge, creating better poultry varieties.
Remember, hold up a second. This is about money. You win this contest, you got the edge on the entire market. Nobody else can produce the chicken that you're producing. Therefore, you got a monopoly on the game of chicken. So that meant buku money, buku dollars for you as the breeder. Everybody had to come to you to get that particular chicken. Watch what happens, family. You're going to tell me that these people sat down in all this time and figure out a lawful way as if they cared about the Tanakh or the Torah? Read on, please. Don't let Prince assume anything. We're going to let them tell you what they did.
Okay. Creating better poultry varieties had been a goal for decades, but maintaining reliable crosses had been challenging.
So they're admitting to you right there that there was nothing they could do to create a better product with the chicken. They had did this for decades. A decade is 10 years. They got an S on it, making it plural. So it was at least 20 years they was trying to figure out how to breed the perfect bird. At least 20 years. This process only took a year, but at least 20 years prior, they was trying to figure out how to make a better bird. Why didn't they make it happen? Why couldn't they figure it out? Now this contest comes about. All this money is involved. Now all of a sudden, somebody found out how to make the perfect bird. Read on. Let's see.
Farmers distrusted crosses, worrying they would be sickly and not breed true. So most of the aspirants to the Chicken of Tomorrow contest competed by turning up pure breeds that they were already raising in the final stage of the contest. Only 8 of the 40 contestants entered birds crossbred from the historic standard breeds.
They entered birds that was crossbred. Read on.
By March 1948, all 40 breeders plus 6 more in case any were eliminated, shipped 720 eggs, each to a hatchery on Maryland's eastern shore. The shipments came from 25 states and were loaded onto trains according to precise timetable so that each arrived at the right hour to go into incubators. The batches were coded so that only a few people knew their identity and put into one hatching pen per breeder. Dark chickens next to white in case any got loose and tumbled into the pen next door. Once the eggs hatched, 410 chicks, 400 for judging, and 10 extra in case any came to harm were picked at random from each batch of 500 and driven to new purpose-built barns.
That's how it looked. You see all these chickens in there? Crammed up in there? Now, 1/3 of all those chickens would die. 1/3 would die. Are you telling me that the farmer would disregard all those 1/3 of chicken? So that's this little portion in the back. This might be 1/3. If all those chickens die, you think he threw those chickens out? No, he mixed them right in with the rest of the chickens that they were producing. Daggone Skippy, he wasn't losing all that money. Read on, please.
The chicks were allowed to grow for 12 weeks and 2 days and then were killed, defeathered, weighed, and chilled as if they were going to be sold. Out of each breeder's batch, 50 were picked for judging. That meant the judges were looking at 2,000 birds and evaluating each of them on 18 criteria, from body structure and skin color to how early they had developed feathers and how efficiently they converted feed to muscle. On June 24th, 1948, the judges announced their results on a stage adorned with boxes of chicken carcasses from each of the contestants' batches and frozen cross-sections of the top-scoring birds. The first runner-up was Henry Saglio, the teenage son of Italian immigrant farmers in Connecticut, who has bred his family's pure line of white Plymouth Rocks into a muscular, meaty bird. The winner was Charles Vantress from California, who had crafted a red feathered hybrid.
He crafted what?
A red feathered hybrid out of the New Hampshire, the most popular meat bird among East Coast growers, and a California strain of Cornish.
He hybrid his bird with what? They ain't gonna tell us. He hybrided his bird with another bird. He won the contest. Remember, they was looking for taste, they was looking for size, they was looking for durability, and they also had to have a bird that could produce more birds. Read on, please. They're gonna tell us a little bit more.
That evening, the contest celebrated the breeders' achievements with a parade through Georgetown, Delaware, which floats depicting the phases of Delmarva's poultry industry and a smiling, waving festival broiler queen perched on top of a car. It's celebrating not just the new birds, but the new economy that developers
There's the key. There's a key right there. It didn't just produce a new bird, it produced a new economy, a new way of making money, of gaining wealth. They didn't care about what kind of birds was mixed together to produce this. They didn't care about that. The only thing they cared about is that this bird met the need that they needed so that they could make their money and that they could compete in the meat industry. So it would taste good and it would be thick. Birds used to be scrawny and skinny back in the day. But until this, the birds got fat. Now you can find a chicken now that's big like this. Chickens, huge. Now they're shooting them up with all kind of antibiotics, all kind of steroids, and the lifespan is extremely short. Normally it might take a chicken 2 to 3 months to get to adult size. Now it takes them 2 to 3 weeks because they're shooting them up with the chemicals. Read on, please.
Okay.
But this lesson, we ain't even get halfway through the power of this lesson talking about this chicken. This ain't even the surface. This might just be the top, the smallest portion of my evidence. This is the smallest portion. I got that much more to go. And we ain't nowhere near finished. I got so much information to show you that this bird is something that you should run from. Read on, please. Unlawful, totally unlawful.
It celebrated not just the new birds, but the new economy their developers hope to create. A time when the chicken of tomorrow would be the dominant meat on farms and in markets, cheaper than beef, more docile than hogs, desired on its own behalf, and not as a cast-off carcass after egg laying.
Did they succeed?
Yes.
Man, we crave some chicken like nothing else. A lot of people leave the beef and take hold of chicken like they making a change, like they did an improvement. They didn't. And chicken is cheaper than beef. They successfully manipulated the economy by coming up with a half-breed, a hybrid of a chicken. And we consume it like nothing else. And remember, when we was in slavery, they fed us chicken. So that's why a lot of our taste buds are prone to eating chicken, because when we was in slavery, that was one of the delicacies that they gave us. Read on, please. A little bit more.
A second version of the contest 3 years later brought that day closer. Van Tress won again with another crossbreed.
Crossbreed, another crossbreed. This man don't stop. He's really interested. Read on, please. He ain't got no problem mixing up stuff.
Once again, displacing a purebred bird.
He knocked out a purebred blood again. The bird that was purebred, which means was bred with nothing but chicken, lost the contest. But him with his hybrid, he won again. Read what it says.
He would go on to establish one of the industry's top hatchery companies, rivaled only by Saglio's family company, Arbor Acres, which abandoned its winning purebred White Rock for a hybridized broiler in 1959.
So this man was raising purebred chickens, and he could not compete with the industry chicken that you eat today. So he had to stop with the purebreds, and he had to deal with the hybrids. That's what he had to do. He had to eat the hybrid chickens that their genetic makeup is crossbred with another bird to make them different, make them better. Later on, family, we're going to find out that these chickens that we're talking about have a certain color to their skin. These birds have a certain hue to their skin, and they're trying to figure out where this bird's hue came from. They can't imagine where the color of this bird's skin came from. So they go and they start a research to try to figure out what bird is this that the color was yellow. They don't know where the yellow skin of the bird comes from. Let's read on, please. Oh, back to me. All right. I got it. I was just so excited for a minute. Man, let me tell you something, man. If I haven't given you enough information already, just be patient. You're going to see a powerhouse of information coming forward, letting you remember I strategically designed this lesson piece by piece. I told you when we first started, if you're not going to stay around for the duration of the lesson, you're going to miss what this is all about. It's going to be hard for you to pick up in the middle and understand what it's all about. So watch this. Origins of the domestic chicken from modern biologically and zoologically approaches. This is the information that they're putting out in the world where the modern day chickens are coming from, where they started their history from. This is what they're saying you get the modern today's chicken from. Forget the information we just researched. This is what they're saying, the history of the chickens that we eat today, this is where they come from. All right. This the author, you can look all that stuff up. Implications. Chickens. Now they classify chickens as Gallus domesticus or Gallus domesticus. They are the most common domestic animals worldwide. Everywhere around the world, they're eating this Gallus domesticus. Remember that term, because later on, we're going to get into the scientific research that studied where the Gallus domesticus came from, and you're going to be amazed of the answers that they found. You know, they have the DNA, they got RNDA, MRDA, they got these two different ways to research your DNA. But then there's another method that goes into the minor mitochondrial of the DNA. It goes deeper than just the DNA, just the mRNA. It goes deeper than all that. And that's the one we're going to get on that's going to bring out the truth to the matter and shut all this down. Chicken, Gallus domesticus, or Gallus domesticus, are the most common domesticated animals worldwide. That means they got chickens everywhere. Why do they want to stop that process of making all that money and everybody eating the chicken? However, the origin of their domestication is obscure. The early 21st century mitochondrial DNA data suggests that various red jungle fowls, which is Gallus subspecies, are the wild ancestor of the domesticated chicken. However, more recent genomic data reveals that Gallus species indigenous to northern Thailand, Myanmar, and southern China is its main wild ancestor. Why did I bring that up? Because everywhere you go to find out where the history of chicken began from, its ancestor, you always find where chicken came from, the red jungle fowl. This research, this scientific research, where they went a little bit deeper, found out that the red jungle fowl was not it, but now it's the gray jungle fowl. They found that it's another bird, not the one that they originally thought, but it's another one. They can't even agree where the bird came from. Scientists today cannot even agree where the bird came from. Originally, they said, oh, it's the red jungle fowl where it came from. Now they're going to get to where it's a whole completely different jungle fowl that this bird is coming from. Domesticus chicken bones are detected at early in the middle Holocene archaeological sites. However, their authenticity remains controversial. They don't know for sure. They got problems and issues with it, with direct radiocarbon dating and reliable species identification being required. The first red jungle fowl domestication might have occurred within the native range of the species. especially in the distribution area of what is that? GG, what is Gallus specificus. This is a different type of jungle fowl or a different type of bird. It has a whole different classification. Because archaeological red jungle fowl may have been present during the various domestication stage. It is believed that its bones analysis will clarify the historical role and relationship with humans in the region. This is a picture of the rooster, the Gallus. Since the American Civil War, now pay attention to this part. Since the American Civil War, traditional slave foods like fried chicken, watermelon, and chitlins have suffered a strong association with stereotypes of African Americans and blackface minstrelsy. I don't know what that is. Minstrelsy. I don't know. The reason for this are various. Chicken dishes was popular among slave people before the American Civil War, as chickens was generally the only animal enslaved people were allowed to raise on their own. And we have not ceased from eating it yet. Some of us cannot imagine life without chicken. This bird is the red jungle fowl. Karaite and Rabbinite source of law. Now, there was a debate between the Karaites and the Rabbinites as to whether chicken was clean or chicken was unclean. Why is that a question if we already know that chickens are acceptable? Why are these two Jewish communities having a debate whether chicken is lawfully clean or it's not? Part of the reason is because those words that they classify as chickens, nobody really knows what kind of bird they're talking about. So what the Jewish man did was the Jewish man came up with a whole definition of what type of birds are clean or unclean. And they came out with their own understanding. In his inviolable history of the Karaite Jewry in the 20th century, Egypt, Murad El-Qadosh writes briefly but enthusiastically about the community's tradition cuisine. Among the fare he described is a rich dish of chicken stuffed with ground meat, rice, and pine nuts. Delicious as it is, maybe there is nothing extraordinary about the dish per se. Similar recipes have long been popular in the Middle East with Jews and non-Jews. So they're showing where they ate it at one point. What is remarkable, however, is that one time the Karaite Jews did not eat chicken on principle. They stayed away from the chicken. They say chicken is no good. Chicken is unlawful. Chicken is unclean. But for some reason, the Jewish man has been able to convince some of them that it's okay. Let's read on. The Jews did not eat chicken on principle, these Karaites, since they could not be sure that the Bible permits its consumption. Rabbinite Jews, on the other hand, have already declared that the chicken was kosher. It was a kosher bird, even though there is no scriptural grounds for doing so. They didn't have any proof that the chicken was a clean bird, but they pronounced it as clean, and we eat it every day because they said that it was clean. Because the Jewish man said chicken is a clean bird, we tear it up. Well, the Jewish man also say that pork can be purified and made clean. You can take the bones, as the Jewish man said, you can take the bones of a pig and run acid through the bones, or run the bones through acid, and now you can grind that bone up and make jello. And they'll put a kosher symbol on it as kosher jello. So they said that the chicken is cool, although they have no scriptural grounds for doing so. Medieval texts documents a lively debate between Karaite and Rabbinite Jews concerning the possibility of various domestic fowl, a debate that illustrates each community's respective conception of the law and its sources. Rabbinical Judaism is founded equally upon scripture and tradition, and the latter is indispensable to the former. During the Second Temple period, laws were still derived exegetically from the Bible by a process known as Midrash Halakha. By the end of the Talmudic age, however, the Torah had lost its direct legislative force. So that means people stopped, the Jewish people, the Hebrews, stopped living by what the Torah says, and they started living by what the Midrash or the Talmud said. Halakha meaning lawful. The Midrash is the book that they use to determine the rules and regulation or the commentary of the Torah. By the end of the Talmudic age, however, the Torah had lost its direct legislative force. Scripture still constituted the law, but basic principle or norm, but the actual source of rabbinic law were now tradition, interpretation, legislation, custom, incident, and legal reasoning. So now they came up with a reason or a way or a method of determining the laws of the Most High. They came up with this way. And they said in their reasoning, in their interpretation, in their customs, in their incidents, they said that chicken is cool for us to eat. It's lawful. That's what they said. Legislation might be scripturally justified, but the codification of the Talmud had eliminated the Bible's create legal function. And as Maimonides, Elon had put it in halakha, which means lawful, in halakha literature, after the completion of the Talmud, and especially after the middle of the Gene-Nordic period, neither creative nor integrated biblical exegesis was employed to any significant extent. They didn't care what the Torah said. They didn't care what the Torah said. All right, I got to pull this up now so we can keep it moving. All right. Now, I'm mindful of the time, y'all, so please just bear with me, please. I'll read this a little bit. We'll get it going, and then we'll determine where we're going to stop at. Kosher chicken. Kosher chicken. Is chicken kosher? Most people today just assume that chicken is a clean bird, but it was not always that way. The issue, so that shows you that there was a time when the Hebrew people said chicken is not clean. We can't eat chicken. This issue used to be hotly debated between rabbinic. I'm not sharing it with y'all, am I? Let me share it. Let me share it. Please forgive me. I got to share it so y'all can see it too. I don't want to hog this and dog this just by myself. All right, y'all see that? Can y'all see that? Okay, let's rock on. The issue, now I'm going to start here. Most people today just assume that chicken is a clean bird, but it was not always this way. The issue used to be wholly debated between rabbinical and Karaites. We will look, now both of these people supposed to serve the Creator by obeying the commandments written in the Tanakh, but a lot of people don't. He says it's blurry. All right, I'm gonna try to do what I can do to bring it up a little bit for you. Is that any better? Alba, is that any better?
Yeah, it's just really small.
It's still small? All right, well, let me see if I can get any better. Let me see.
And then the verses look italic.
All right, well, just walk with me. I'm gonna read it then. All right, so we can get through this. Please try to focus. All right, the verses is not really necessary, but I'm gonna just read it just because they say to read it. It used to be a holy debate. We will look at some of the positions of this issue and we will try to see if any of them are true. But let us look at what Torah says about it first. This is what Torah says about it. And we just read that earlier. We read earlier what the Torah said. Vayikra. And these are they which ye shall have in abominations among the fowls. They are not to be eaten. They are an abomination. The eagle, the ostrich, the offspring. All they do in this next two verses, two places, is they repeat what we already read in the law about the birds. So I'm not going to repeat that because it'll be a waste of time. He goes on to say, what some people say is, it seems pretty clear to me. Chicken is not on the list of unclean birds, so it must be clean. A lot of people have that opinion, that chicken is not on the list of unclean birds like the eagle, the vulture, and all those things. Therefore, they say that it must be clean. The problem with that position is that because Hebrew was a dead language for so long, somebody else backing me up in what I just said, because Hebrew was a dead language for so long, nobody really knows what birds are listed in the Hebrew text. There it is. I just got finished saying it early in the lesson. We don't know. These English translations are just guessing as to what bird are listed. This is so important because later on, I'm going to get to the part where it talks about what the Jewish man says a clean bird is. Oh, I got to hurry up. If y'all want to go, y'all can go. But if y'all want to hang around, I'm going to rock this out if I got to go all the way to the 4 o'clock hour. It don't matter. If y'all want to leave, y'all can leave. Y'all just miss it and watch the video later. So I won't be taking no break between now and the 4 unless it's a small break. Let me try to get this done so I can complete this message. Many of the animals on the list of Leviticus 11 are familiar, but it must be stressed that as with plant and place names in the Bible, a number of the precise identifications have been lost to us. An educated guesses are in order. The Shakton Bible, Volume 1, the 5 Books of Moses, page 558, the Stone Edition to Tanakh, did not even try to translate the names of the bird in these passages because they couldn't. They was legitimate. They was honest with it. We don't know. They were being honest with us. Instead, choosing to transliterate. You know what transliterate means? It means copy what's there and place it somewhere else. Or take it from the Hebrew and write the word from the Hebrew in the phonetics in the English so you can read the Hebrew if you couldn't read Hebrew. It chose to transliterate them and provide some suggestions for the identities of the bird in the footnotes. So they would put a little star, a little asterisk, and then at the bottom of the page, because they didn't want to interfere with the interpretation of scripture, in the footnotes, they would give their opinion. In the King James Version, instead of putting the Hebrew word for the bird, they put their own opinion in what that bird was to be. Some will also say because of the bird listed are the birds of prey and scavengers, this must be what makes a bird unclean. Again, this position has the same problem as the last one. How can we know that all birds listed are birds of prey or scavengers when we don't even know what birds they really are? We simply can't know. You got to watch the behavior of these creatures. And even if this position was true, it will not help the chicken in a kosher crowd. We simply can't know that. And even if this position were true, it will not help the chicken in a kosher crowd. After all, chickens are scavengers. Do anybody know that chickens will kill live animals and eat them? Do anybody know that chickens will kill live animals and eat them? Just like the vulture, just like the eagle, just like the osprey. They will kill small animals and eat them. Chickens do it, and we eat chickens. Prince, I raise chickens, and chickens don't kill animals. I hear you, bro. I hear you in the background. I hear you saying it, but I'm going to prove to you today that it's not true. How can we know that all the birds listed are birds of prey or scavengers when we don't even know what birds they are? We simply can't know that. And even if this position was true, it would not help the chicken in kosher crowd. After all, chickens are scavengers. A chicken will gladly eat another dead bird, another dead chicken, or any other carcass for that matter. Also, we should not assume that chickens was not mentioned in the list of unclean birds. According to a rabbi, Avram Feld, Anan ben Dawid, one of the founders of Karaism, and his followers believed that chicken was indeed listed as one of the unclean birds in Leviticus. Anan writes, Mr. Feld writes, Anan and company wrongly translate the term in Leviticus 11 and 19 as chicken, and thereby listed it with impure, non-kosher birds. Kai writes, Kaivert's Adversary of the Redemption, Origin of the Kaites and Their Teachings by Abraham Field. This is a book that he wrote, and that's what he wrote about the Kaites. Field is obviously against Kaites in almost every way because of the way that he structured the name of his book. And he considered this early Karaite belief to be one of their most offbeat positions. But is it offbeat? Sadly, he never says why it is offbeat. He never gave the example as to why it was wrong for them not to eat chicken. I guess he just wants the reader to trust him and blindly accept his authority as a rabbi. It is interesting, though, that according to the Strongs, one of the birds listed in Leviticus, now you all know what Strong's Concordance is, right? Do anybody know the name of the birds that I told y'all about? Gallus, remember? That was the name of the bird that they said, that the scientists said that the chicken came from. Gallus, remember? They said Gallus domesticus was the bird, which is the red jungle fowl that the chicken, modern day chicken, came from. That's what they said. But it's interesting, though, that according to Strong's, one of the birds listed in Leviticus 11 and 19 could be translated as Gallus montanus. In English, a mountain cock. Now, Gallus meant that was a jungle fowl. So Gallus montanus means it was a mountain jungle fowl. Our modern chicken is scientifically called Gallus domesticus or domesticus cock. So maybe Anna ben Dawid and the early Karites was not as far off as Field would have us to believe. As for rabbinic position, Daniel Franks on page 124 of the book Jewish Biblical Interpretation and Culture Explains, Comparative Exegesis in Context says, Rabbinite Jews have always declared that chicken to be kosher, a kosher bird, even though there is no scriptural grounds for doing so. They could not prove that chicken was a cultural bird, but yet they teach that it is. It says Frank is correct that the rabbis have pretty much always said that chicken is clean, but he admits that there is no biblical proof that it is kosher. Also, according to the Jewish Encyclopedia, under clean and unclean animals. Now watch what the Jewish Encyclopedia says. It was hard for the rabbinical authorities to distinguish clean and unclean birds as scripture. Now this is the Jewish Encyclopedia. It was hard for them to determine clean and unclean birds from the scriptures. Enumerates only that the birds which shall not be eaten without giving any of the marks which distinguish them from unclean and clean birds. There was no markings on the bird that let you know that this bird is an unclean bird, like there was with the cleft, the split hoofs, and the clover foot, like there was with the fins and the scales. You can't look at a bird's physical body and say that's an unclean bird. This is all the more important as the name of some of the birds mentioned in the scriptures are followed by the word lemino or lemihu. It means after its kind. And it is therefore necessary to recognize certain fixed distinguishing characteristics. The following rules are fixed by the Talmud. Now watch this, family. The following moods are fixed by the Talmud. This is what the Jewish man says is acceptable. Now, quail don't fit in this here. Quail is a totally different animal. Quails are cool. And it is therefore necessary to recognize certain fixed distinguishing characteristics. The following rules are fixed by the Talmud, by which a clean bird may be distinguished. It must not be a bird of prey. It must not have a front toe, if that be the meaning of the word. But according to most explanation, the hind toe is meant, although most birds of prey have the hind toe. The toe of the clean bird, and so divided that the three front toes are on one side and the hind toe is in the other, while the unclean bird spreads his toes so that the two toes are on each side. Or if it has 5 toes, there will be on one side and 2 on the other. Compare Rashi. They can't even agree on what these birds are. They don't know the difference. The clean bird, furthermore, have claws. I guess that's supposed to be claws. The clean bird, furthermore, have claws, and their stomach have a double skin, which can easily be separated. They catch food thrown into the air, but will lay it upon the ground and tear it with their bills before eating it. If a morsel be thrown to an unclean bird, it will catch it in the air and swallow it. Or it will hold it on the ground with one foot while tearing it off pieces with its bill. And you find that in Hul 59, 61, 63 of the Talmud. As this distinction is not found in scripture, none of what we just said that the Talmud says is found in scripture. As this distinction is not found in scriptures, opinions offered greatly during and since Talmudic times. According to the Talmud, only the 24th kinds of birds mentioned in scripture are actually forbidden. If certain birds are positively known as not belonging to these, no further investigation as to the characteristic signs is necessary. This is what the Talmud is saying. If these ain't the birds that's mentioned in scriptures, then the bird is lawful to eat. And they may be eaten. The marks or distinctions are laid down only for cases in which there is doubt whether the species is clean or unclean. Authorities, especially in Germany, would only permit the eating of such kinds that have always been eaten. And that's called Mesorah. Mesorah is a Hebrew word which means like traditions or customary or something that was done before. Mesorah, or like that's the way. So if it's been done before, if they can find that in the old history, then they can do it. According, some birds are permitted to be eaten in certain countries, but not in others. There are many controversies in the causistic literature concerning this matter. Manaheim Mendel Krakow, for instance, dictates the wild goose forbidden. He says the wild goose is forbidden, while another rabbi permits it. One rabbi says the goose is not permitted. The other rabbi says the goose is permitted. So even in the rabbinic halakha law, they can't even determine what is and what is not acceptable according to the Torah. When the turkey was brought to Europe, Isaiah Hortz forbade it to be eaten. And although his opinion did not prevail, his descendants refrained from eating it even till today. There are a lot of Hebrews who eat turkey and say that it's okay to eat. But if you look at a turkey looks like a vulture. It looks like a vulture. It looks more like a vulture than a chicken. But who am I? What can I say? Here we see that the rabbinic Jews don't know much about what birds are clean and unclean. And the signs that they would look for to determine what birds were clean and unclean are not scriptural, they are Talmudic. This is an important point. We don't follow the Talmud, we follow scripture. This is an important point. Scriptures does not give us any physical signs to help identify what birds are clean and what birds are unclean. We just have a list of forbidden birds. All clean land animals can easily be identified, even if I've never seen animals before. If I've never seen said animal before, you can identify simply by what the law says a clean or unclean animal must possess. It is just a matter of observing the animal's hooves and whether it cheweth the cud. Not so with birds. We have to know if a bird is on the list of unclean birds in the Torah or not. And how many of us have did our research to know if the chickens and the turkeys were clean or unclean? How many of us have done our research to know if the goose is clean or unclean? Somebody told me many years ago that King Solomon ate duck. And they say that King Solomon ate duck because in the scripture, it says that he ate fatted birds. So if he ate fatted birds, that doesn't necessarily mean it was a duck. So therefore, they eat duck, and duck have webbed feet. We also see where the rabbis cannot agree with themselves as to what birds are listed. All of this to say, when in doubt, do without. If we cannot know if a bird like chicken is unclean or not, do we eat it hoping that we are not sinning? I think not. We should avoid it until we know that it is clean. But let every man be convinced in his own mind. And we have to respect how he ended that. Let every man be convinced in his own mind what he's going to do about eating that bird. Let's get back to our portion of the lesson. Now this is what the Talmud says. If a bird kills other animals to get its food, if the bird eats meat, or if it's a dangerous bird, then it is not kosher. If a predator bird is unfit to eat, raptors like the eagle, the hawk, the owl, and other hunting birds are not kosher. Vultures and other carrion eating birds are not kosher either. Carrion means dead meat. Carrion means dead meat. So the rabbi, the Jewish man, they say if a bird kills other animals to get its food, or if the bird eats meat. Oh, man. Oh, man. Remember, if the bird kills other birds, or if the bird eat meat, then that bird is unclean and it shouldn't be eaten. Oh, man. Some of my stuff is missing. Some of my stuff is missing. Oh, boy, I got to go look for what I was looking for. How did that get missing? Am I just missing it myself? Let me see. No. No. Give me a second, family. No, that's Wikipedia. That's not it. All right. I'm going to have to search because I had a video. Oh, here it is. Here's my video. Now, you remember what they said. If a bird kills other animals to get its food, or if the bird eats meat, or if the bird is a dangerous bird, then it's not kosher. All right? That means it's not lawful. Here we have a chicken. Y'all see that? All right, let's watch this chicken at work. You see that on the ground, right? That's a mouse. And that's a cat playing with a mouse. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that? Wait. What did I make that up? Did I make that up? Or did y'all just see that? Now I got to find out where I left off. So, y'all got any comments about that? Anybody want to say anything about that? Because the Jewish man said that if a bird kills other animals to get its food, or if the bird eats meat, or is a dangerous bird, then it is not kosher. It is a predator bird. It is unfit to eat. That's what they said. Did that bird kill another bird? Did that bird eat the animal that he killed? That bird killed another animal, and he ate the animal. Matter of fact, he committed one of the laws of the Most High, and he stole from the cat. He stole from the cat, and he ate the mouse, and the mouse wasn't his. Introduction. Chicken, Galeas domesticus of Galeas domesticus, are the most common domesticated animals worldwide. In 2017, the global chicken population was 22 billion. They are bred on all continents and countries except Antarctica and Vatican City. To meet the growing demand for animals' food, high-yielding commercial chicken breeds was developed in recent decades for meat and egg productivity. Nearly 1,600 different local chicken breeds are internationally recognized. And majority of these birds that they recognizing today came from that one bird that in 1948, that man hybrided that chicken with another bird to produce it. Y'all remember that, right? He hybridized that bird with another bird to produce it. It wasn't another chicken because the other man was dealing with the original chicken. He wasn't mixing. He was going from chicken to chicken to chicken to chicken, but he couldn't produce a bird like the man who hybridized it did. This is deep, y'all, but pay attention. Watch. Let's see. Despite this global distribution, the origin of the chicken domestication remains obscure. What do they mean it remains obscure? It means they really don't know where the chicken come from. They really don't know. They don't know where the chicken come from today that you eat, that you are so in love with, that you refuse to let go, because you can see all these things that we cover today. There is no proof that that bird is clean. There's no scripture references. I just showed you a chicken that killed a mouse and ate it. I just showed you that. A video that you can see for yourself. Go to YouTube and punch it in, and you can see it for yourself. Prince didn't make that up. That ain't IT, artificial intelligence. That's real. Somebody with a video camera. I had one brother told me chickens don't eat other chickens, other dead chickens. He typed it so proudly on my page when I said chickens are unclean by law. Then I sent him a video of a chicken eating a dead chicken that just died. It was eating it up, and he apologized. So I respect that brother because he apologized. He made it right. He corrected his wrong. But how many of you today who with all this preponderance of evidence are going to correct your wrong and change your eating habits and leave that unclean bird alone? Not a lot of you. I promise you, a lot of you are going to hold on to the arrogance that you have in your heart. The arrogance, they refuse to change from your evil ways. The Most High said we some stiff-necked, hard-headed people. The Creator called us that, not Prince. That's what the Creator said. So this information is going to get out because we produced it, and now we're putting it out there. And I'm going to put this whole paper on my page so y'all can go there and look at it and read it at your leisure and see what you can find. Despite this global distribution, the origin of the chicken domestication remains obscure, which means they don't really know where the chicken come from. Two approaches have been used to investigate this subject. First, the morphological, ecological, and genetic characteristics was compared with those of other species using modern biological techniques. So what I said to y'all, the way I designed this lesson, the further we go down, the better it gets. The stronger the evidence, the more powerful the evidence. And I ain't stopped yet. Even after the video, I showed you that that chicken got vulture characteristics. It's a hunter. It's a bird of prey. And it will kill other things. It has vulture characteristics. But they trying to tell you it ain't come from the vulture because they know that the vulture is unclean. Watch. Watch this. First, their morphological, ecological, and genetic characteristics was compared with those of other species using modern biological techniques. Second, the characteristics of the chicken were constructed for each era and region using zoological remains. Herein, prior research of the origin of the global chicken domestication using modern biological and zoological approaches were reviewed. The future perspectives and study of the origin of domesticated chicken were discussed. This is where you can go. I suppose to go here and read this. Modern biological approach. What is the wild ancestor of the domesticated chicken? Single species versus multiple species origin of domesticated chicken. I suppose to go there and read that. Do I want to go do that right now? All right, let's see if we can get past that. I'm going to see if I can go somewhere else at a later time. Nonetheless, genetic analysis of the yellow skin pigmentation, which is common to numerous commercial chicken breeds, revealed that the red jungle fowl was not the sole wild ancestor of the domestic chicken. What they're saying is that this chicken has a yellow tone to its skin. Its skin was yellow. Some chicken skin is white. Most chicken skin are yellow. That shows that these birds genetically come from different creatures. But they couldn't find in the red jungle fowl yellow skin. None of the red jungle fowls produce yellow skin. So they had to broaden their research. And I think they said they found some yellow skin within the gray jungle fowl. Let's see what that says. Domesticated chickens with yellow skin are homozygous for a recent allele, wherein white-skinned chicken bear one or more dominant allele. Now, allele is something that sits in when your DNA brings about and makes itself, the allele, the nutrients or something in the allele affects the color of the skin. Erickson et al. Showed that the recessive allele associated with yellow skin was caused by irregular mutation. Now, I'm supposed to go to him, and I'm supposed to pull him up, which I may still have him. Let's see if I still have his commentary. I may still have his commentary. All right. It don't look like I have his commentary, but I can pull it up. It's not difficult. He wrote something very important, but he favors chicken, and he says that chicken comes from the he says chickens come from, all right, it wasn't as easy as I thought. I'm going to go there later. I'm going to get back to the lesson. I thought if I copied and, oh, wait, maybe that's it. That's it. Maybe that's what I did wrong. All right, let me try it again. Let me try it again. Give me 1 second, please. Because this information is really important for you all. Let's see if it, there you go. There you go. There you go. All right. Let me pull it up on the screen now so I can share it with you all, and then we'll get back to the other lesson. All right. Now here, now I know a little bit of it is off, so I'm going to do my best so that we can see what we can see. They want me to join this thing, and I wasn't trying to join this mess. Well, they might have got slick on me. They might have found a way for me not to move it around. All right. It says the yellow skin gene reveals a hybrid of domestic chicken. They're the proof that this is not the original from the chicken. This scientist says that this yellow skin in the chicken proves that that chicken has come from a different creature. Let's read it. How's that? That's skin. It says yellow skin is an abundant phenotype among domestic chicken, and it is caused by recessive allele. And allele is those things we already explained it, Y and W, that allows dispositions of yellow carotenoids in the skin. It's like a protein that allows certain things to produce the color of your hair, the color of your skin, the color of your eyes. It's in your blood. Here we show that yellow skin is caused by one or more cis acting and tissue specifically regulating mutation that inhibit excessive of BCDO2 beta-carotene dehydrogenases 2 in skin. Our data imply that carotenoids are taken up from the circulation of both genotypes, but are degraded by certain in BCDO2 in skin from animals carrying the white skin. Surprisingly, our results demonstrate that the yellow skin does not originate from the red jungle fowl. The yellow skin does not originate from the red jungle fowl, but he says it might come from the gray fowl. Let's see. The presumed sole wild ancestor of the domesticated chicken, but most likely comes from a closely related gray jungle fowl, Gallus sanotarily. This is the first conclusive evidence for a hybrid origin of the domesticated chicken. And it has important implications that our views of the domestication process. Many bird species possess yellow skin and legs, whereas other species have white or black skin color. Yellow or white skin is due to the presence and absence of carotenoids. The genetic basis underlying this diversity is unknown. Why this happens, we don't know. They're admitting they don't know where the yellow skin on the chicken has come from. Domestic chickens with yellow skin are homozygous for a recessive allele, and white-skinned chicken carry the dominant allele. As a result, chicken represents an ideal model of analyzed genetic mechanism responsible for skin color variation. In this study, we demonstrate that the yellow skin is caused by regular mutation that inhibit expressions of beta-carotene, enzymes in skin, but not in other tissues. He's admitting that they don't know. Now it's up to us to accept the fact that they don't know where the chicken comes from. Matter of fact, they don't even know where the yellow skin of the chicken comes from. Let's see if we know where the yellow skin of the chicken possibly could have come from. Let me finish reading Mr. Erickson. He says the yellow skin, showed that the recessive allele associated with yellow skin was caused by a regular mutation in the derminally carotene dehydrogenases 2 polygenic analysis of chicken and 4 wild jungle fowls based on 23 8-kilobyte sequence comprising the BCDO2 locus showed that white skin breed clustered with red jungle fowl, whereas yellow skin breed clustered with gray and green jungle fowl. Now they're introducing a totally complete different bird, a green jungle fowl. They're trying to keep this thing kosher the best they can. They are trying. Thus, the yellow skin allele might have originated from a different species. Now they're admitting it. They're saying, yeah, it could have been this, it could have been that. But guess what? They're saying that it could have originated from a different species, most likely the gray jungle fowl. They don't know where it comes from. But guess what? The vulture, the king vulture, has short broad wings. Let's read about the king vulture. The king vulture has short broad wings from the neck down. It is white with black bands running along the rear edge of its wings, a small collar of feathers at the base of its neck, and it is blackish gray, white, and bare skin on the head of its neck. The bare skin on the head of its neck, The bare skin on the head of its neck could be green, it could be yellow, and a purplish blue. There's a large possibility that the chicken and the vulture are related. I'm going to say possibility now because I didn't even conclude my evidence yet. We're still in the middle. It says that a lot of the yellow skin comes from the vulture. The yellow skin on the chicken, they don't know where it comes from. The jungle fowl, or it don't come from the red jungle fowl. They say that for sure. They said maybe the green jungle fowl, maybe the blue jungle fowl, the gray jungle fowl, but we don't know what bird it came from. They don't want to simply admit that the chicken and the vulture is in the same family. I just presented to you a video of a chicken stealing a mouse while the mouse was alive and killing the mouse and eating the mouse from a cat. I just presented that video to you. This ain't nothing to sleep on, family. I told you as we go further and further, it gets better and better and better. We almost at the end of it now. We on page 22 of 40. We got a little less than 20 pages to go. I don't know if we're going to get through all that, but we're going to do what we can. The polythetic species origin of domestic chicken was corroborated by recent genomes-wide studies. Law et al. 2020 analyzed the genome of 53 indigenous village chickens, 9 red jungle fowls, as well as 3 other jungle fowl species as a common pheasant. That's Phaecinus caucicus. The data suggests that the red jungle fowl was the main ancestor species of domesticated chicken, and their divergence of domesticated chicken and red jungle fowl may have occurred about 8,093 years ago. Range 7,014 to 8,768 years. There was also extensive bidirectional introgression between the gray jungle fowl and the domesticated chicken. A few integration signatures between domestic chicken and sea loon jungle fowl as a result. Now they add another bird in there, the sea loon jungle fowl. Now they add a completely different bird in the equation. If they knew, they would simply say so. But they're also letting us know that they don't know where the chicken came from. Anybody that's doing a simple research will just look up on the internet and say, where did the chicken come from? And they'll get jungle fowl. And they'll look at a picture of the jungle fowl and say, yeah, that's a chicken. That's where it came from. And they'll leave it alone. But we dug deep. We went a whole lot deeper than just the surface of this matter. We got extensive into our research, and we only did it in 1 week. Imagine if we spent a week, a month, a year, 2 years time researching this information, what we will come up with. The red jungle fowl are attracted to areas with ripe fruit or seeds, including fruit plantation, fields of domestic grain, and strands of bamboo. Although jungle fowls typically eat fallen fruit and seeds on the ground, they occasionally forage in trees and perch in branches and feed on hanging fruit. Fruits and seeds and scores of plants species have been identified with jungle fowl crops, along with grasses, leaves, root, and timber. That don't sound like the modern day chicken to me. Jungle fowls eat fruit and vegetables that fall off the tree, and sometimes they'll eat like a little bug. Every once in a while, they eat a little bug. If it's mixed up in it, they'll tear it up. But that chicken, he act like a predator. His instincts kicked in. His DNA took over. And he saw that he wasn't even afraid of the cat. And you know, birds are afraid of cats. That chicken wasn't even afraid of the cat. He looked at that cat. The cat looked up at the bird, and looked back down at the mouse. And the chicken dominated the cat, ran over, stole the mouse, ate the mouse, killed the mouse, and ate the mouse like a predator. His DNA is kicking in. You can't help what you are. You are. They analyzed 863 genomes from worldwide sampling of chickens representative of the family Gallus junglefowl species and of all 5 red junglefowl species in the phylogenetic tree, all domestic chickens from a monothetic clade with GG Gallus species. It says, now they're saying that it came from a different jungle fowl. No longer did it come from the red jungle fowl, but it came from a different jungle fowl. Here we have the second opinion coming from something totally different. In addition, a principal component analyzed discussed relatively closer genetic affinity between the domesticated chicken and GG species, suggests that the species was their closest progenitor. Another scientist is saying that a totally different bird than the one that we find so readily available is the progenitor of the chicken that we eat today. It says a molecular clock analysis further indicate that the domestic chicken diverged from GG Gallus spadicus 9,500 plus or minus 3,300 years ago. Although this point does not necessarily correlate with the beginning of the domestication process. Once again, there was evidence of admixing between other junglefowl species and domestic chicken. However, the introgression fragments occurred at a very low frequency and were confined mainly to local chickens inhabiting the native ranges of all local wild junglefowl, except gray junglefowl. The author concludes that the domestic chickens were initially derived from GG species in southwest China, northern Thailand, and Marna translocated across southern and South Asia and interbred with local red junglefowl species and jungle species. Also indicated that previous studies using mtDNA, metadNA, analysis were unable, now I want y'all to hear this, it was unable to confirm the origin of the domestic chicken. They did their DNA test and they were unable to confirm the origin of domestic chicken, owing to recurrent hybridizations. They hybrided it, shared with mtDNA for wild relatives and domestic chicken. They could not prove that the red junglefowl or the gray junglefowl or the green junglefowl is where the chicken came from. They admit it right there. Here's the chart. Now, this chart right here shows, I would like to try to blow it up, but I don't know I'm gonna mess something up. This chart right here shows how much of the red junglefowl is in today's chicken, how much of the green Chinese village chicken is in today's chicken. The green spots is all how much that bird. The orange is southern eastern village chicken. So everywhere where you see the orange is where today's chicken meets. And southern Asian village chicken is the burgundy. So some of this that looks red are actually brown, and that's up here. European commercial chicken is very few. So they're all over the place with where they're trying to say that the chicken come from. But let's see the research, what the research brings out. Mostly maximum likelihood, polygenic tree shows the monophyletic clade formed by domestic chicken with Gallus species as the Near Eastern wild progenitor. Black dots and notes indicating 99 bootstrap support. Domestic chicken and red junglefowl clades are collapsed and colored according to geographic range and subspecies clarification. Based on its based on its morphological, physiological, and behavior traits, red jungle fowl was considered the main ancestor of domestic chicken in the late 19th century by Darwin, which was supported by molecular data collected in the 20th century by Baker. However, the metadNA analysis for the early 21st century suggests that multiple Gallus subspecies as the wild ancestors of the domesticated chicken. They saying they don't really know. They can't even agree within themselves where that bird come from. They don't know. And they ain't going to play with trying to figure it out. Where we at? Moreover, recent genomes data revealed that the red jungle fowl subspecies is the wild ancestors, which was translated across southeastern and southern Asia and locally interbred with other red jungle fowl species and jungle fowl species. This hypothesis explains the origin of certain morphological features, such as yellow skin, derived from gray jungle fowl and currently presented in domestic chicken, but absent in red jungle fowl. They don't know. You see that right there? That's a T-Rex. The research led to T-Rex closest relative. The closest relative to the ancient T-Rex is the chicken. Here's the research right here, which shows that when you go way back in a chicken's history, it goes right back to the T-Rex. They are in the same bloodline. Here's the research right here, this website that you can pull it up and see it. But chickens go way back to the T-Rex. Let's deal with it in the super sub biological way. Like most other animals, the species of chickens that we are familiar with today is a result of evolution and adaptation. But it is not the chicken this is not the chicken that our ancestors dominantly ate. Believe it or not, the chicken has an ancestors that was dominant, that was dominating the planet million years ago. The chicken is indeed closely related to the dinosaur T-Rex. How? We'll break the chicken down for you and teach you a little something that you might not have known about these creatures while they were at it. Let me grab something first. Okay, I'll get back to the vultures. We'll get to that later. We'll talk about the chicken being related to the dinosaurs later. Let's get back to the chickens and the vultures. There are over 20 billion chickens on Earth, which is more than any other bird species. Over 8,000 years ago, chicken was domesticated in southern China for their meat and eggs. Now, they are one of the world's most widespread domesticated agricultural animals and one of the most profitable. Americans consume around 8 billion chickens per year, which is more than average consumption of beef. So those people earlier who decided to make the chicken more desirable than beef and pork, they succeeded. They succeeded. This is just dealing with Americans consume around 8 billion chickens per year. So imagine how much chicken is eaten worldwide. We just dealing with how many chickens Americans eat. We're not dealing with worldwide. So they eat more chicken today than they eat beef and any other meat. If American alone, not counting the rest of the world, cease from eating chicken, it will set the world's financial system out of sequence. possibly leading to economic instability, financial distress, and or political turmoil worldwide. That's just if they stop eating chicken in America, just America, it will set the whole population off its course. That's how popular chicken is. So do you think they want to tell you the truth about chicken? Do you think they want to stop their money? Do you think they want to start a world economic financial disaster? No, they don't. So therefore, they spread and they put little things out there telling you that they really don't know where the chicken from, but they're going to give you something to make you believe that it's acceptable until you research further what they're talking about. Egyptian vultures are found. Now, this is a vulture family. This is the predator. This is the ones that go out and kill and hunt what they're going to eat. They kill live animals and creatures, shake them up, and then they chew them up and they eat them. Just like that chicken did when that chicken took that mouse and killed them. Egyptian vultures are found in North Africa, Southwest Europe, and in the Indian subcontinent. Egyptian vultures have a yellow, bearskin face, white to pale gray plumage, and black flight feathers. The beak is yellow with a black tip. They got the yellow skin. The Egyptian vulture has a yellow skin. Chickens and vulture. Now, this was a modified genetic test done on the chicken and vultures to see if it's possible that the chicken and vulture was related. This was what I've been saying for maybe the last 30 years, that chicken is unclean. Chicken meat shall not be eaten by a Hebrew. They are unlawful scripturally. Chickens are scavengers. Chickens, not only are they scavengers, just like in the sea where shrimps and crabs eat things on the bottom of the ocean. They eat dead things. They eat almost anything, but they also are animals that will kill. They are birds of prey. Just smaller animals do they kill. These things are unclean and they should not be eaten. Even according to the rabbinical standards, chicken shows that according to the rabbinical standards, they are unclean. But yet, Jewish people eat them. They eat them because they're profitable, because they're making money, and they have no scriptural verification to prove that they should eat it. But we just presented a whole lot of verification to show that they shouldn't be eaten. Extensive gross genomics, rearrangement between chicken and old world vultures. Then the word for vultures is falconams, and the word for chicken is accipitrades. So they ran a comparison and they went deep in the micromosomes. They went deep into the smallest particles that you can find to trace the origin of the chicken, the origin of the vulture, and see if these two animals had anything in common. To see if these animals came from the same thing. To see if the chicken and the vultures both had a common ancestor. Or if the chicken came from the vulture. The karyotypes of most birds consist of a small number of macrochromosomes and numerous microchromosomes. One is large and one is minor. Macro is large, micro is smaller. Intriguingly, most anthropods, which means birds or chickens, which includes hawks, eagle, kites, and old world vultures, falconams, show a sharp contrast to the basis of varying karyotypes. It says they show a sharp contrast to the bird. A variant is the bird karyotypes. And I'm sorry, I think I said something wrong. The accitrides is not the chicken. The accitrides is the hawk, the eagles, the kites. They're the predators of this whole situation. And they call them falconhomes. And that's how they surname all of those birds as the falcons in the vulture family. They show a sharp contrast with this basic avian. Avian means bird. With the avian karyotype, the type of bird, they show a sharp contrast between these birds. But now the only bird they checked was the chicken. They didn't run this check on everything else. They came out with the chicken. And let's see if this chicken is related to these vultures. This shows a sharp contrast to the basic avian karyotype. They exhibit strikingly few microchromosomes and appear to have been drastically restructured during evolution. Chromosomes paint specific, now this is deeper than the DNA. This goes deeper. Chromosomes paint specific to the chicken's GGA macrochromosomes 1 to 10 were hybridized. It was hybridized. They was mixtured with something to metaphase spreads of 3 species of old world vultures. I take the hat off. I close the book. It's a wrap. They showed the process that they tested was 3 species of the old world vulture with the chicken. And watch what the results were. Gypsum flavors, Garpaceus, and Barbados was the 3 species. They painted of GGA chromosomes 6 to 10, hybridized only to single chromosomes or large chromosomes, segmented illustrations, the existence of high chromosomes, homology, and contrast, paints of the large microchromosomes 1 to 5. They show split hybridization signals of the chromosome of the anchor tribes, those beasts, those animals, the falcons and things, disclosing excessive chromosome rearranging, which is clear contrast to the higher grade chromosomes conservative restraints from comparative chromosomes painting in other birds. Furthermore, the GGA, the gynous chromosome paint hybridized pattern reveal remarkable interchromosomal conversations among the 2 species of the genus Gypsum. Here, you can look up to do the research. There's the place where you can go. They say that those birds are related. Remarkable interchromosomal conservation. Here goes another study research that was done. Molecular cloning and characterization of the griffin vulture, toll receptacle, and the chicken. The toll receptor, TLR, toll-like receptor family is an ancient pattern recognized receptor family. They're going deep in the mitochondria of all these creatures, the vulture and the chicken. Conserves with insects to mammals, member of the TLR family are vital to immune function through the sensing of pathological agents and initiation of the appropriate immune responses. In this study, we cloned a cDNA encoding for a griffin vulture. The predicted 65 amino acid sequence comprised an extracellular domain with 5 leucine right repeats and a LCR terminal motif followed by a 23 amino acid transmember segment and a 190 amino acid intraplasmatic region containing a toll, whatever it is, domain, vulture T14R3 and TIR domain showed, these are the results, 64% and 86% amino acid sequence similar with chicken sequence. This is the research. You can go right here and you can look it up. I put all that in there for you. It shows a picture of the chicken. This here is just going to show you a picture of the system of a chicken and how it gets its food and where it goes, the digestion system. And it says that this system closely relates to the dinosaurs. They are modern day avians and directly descendants from the theropod dinosaurs. The fossils record particularly from the Cellulosaurus subgroup provides compelling evidence for this evolutionary lineage. While birds are the closest living descendants of dinosaurs, crocodiles are their closest living relatives, highlighting a diverse and complex tree of life that connects modern species with their ancestors. Now, I didn't make this up. You can go, the site, it should be here, where to go to find this information. Let's see if I put it here. At the end of the page, there it is, right there. This is the site where you can go and you can read all this information. Prince didn't make this up. Birds come from dinosaurs. And it says that chickens also come from the dinosaur. Prince didn't make it up. You can go and research it for yourself. But we read back that the chicken, the modern day chicken, is closely related to the vulture. It comes from the vulture. We already know that vultures are unclean. We saw the behavior of that chicken, and he conducted himself just like a vulture, a bird of prey. He stole that mouse from the cat, and then killed it and then ate it. So I don't think it's too much more we need to say about the chicken. I'm gonna let that go for now. Anybody requesting this document, just let me know and I'll try to get it to you the best I can. It's a 40-page document with a video on it. So I'll try to send it to you if I can, or email it, or however it needs to go, so you can get it for yourself. But it closes out with saying that birds and dinosaurs are connected. But now, if you really want to know, if you go to the book of Genesis, and I'll do this for you before we go. Genesis, the first chapter. Go to the book of Genesis. Let me close it out so we can get it. Genesis, the first chapter. Boy, when Prince learned how to work this computer, it was on. It is on. Genesis, the first chapter. Y'all see my screen? Okay. Genesis, the first chapter. Go around verse 14 or 15, I think. And God said, let there be lights in the expansions of the heavens. No, we're going down a little further than that. Let's say we go down to 20. There you go. Verse 20. Genesis 1 and 20. And let's see what it says. And God said, let the waters swarm with swarming of living creatures. Let the warning, the Elohim said, and let the creatures in the tree, in the swarming in the waters, the living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the expansion of the heavens. So Elohim formed the great sea creatures and every living creature that moves, with which the waters swarm according to their kind, and every winged bird according to its kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, fill the waters in the seas, and let the birds multiply on the earth. And there was evening and there was morning the fifth day. If you notice in this verse, the birds came from the waters. And so did these sea monsters. Great sea monsters is what they're talking about, were dinosaurs. Both of these creatures at this particular time were formed in the waters. But this was the original plan. The Creator had his own plan. This was the original plan that Elohim formatted. And then later in the second chapter, the Creator brings about his plan. So I wanted to show you that even in Scripture, those dinosaurs or sea monsters and all those things were closely related. So that's all I wanted to pull out there. May the Most High be praised. And it's so much more for us to see. But at this point, we're going to close it out. Close out our session, this early morning portion. And you all can go and get something to eat before we come back for the 4 o'clock class. The second portion of class is the 4 o'clock class. But before we close out, someone share, are there any questions that we need to answer? Does anyone have any questions? Is anything left you confused? Are there any comments? Anything you want to say before we close this out? Let's know. Now it's funny. Sister Sakuri says, she says, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Through my research, I found that some scientists says the egg came first. From the research that they done, they say the egg came before the chicken. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that's what they said. So I'll leave that alone. This is a deep thought lesson. This is such a deep and thorough lesson, truly needed. I'm thankful to your, what does that say? Stublousness.
Studious.
Oh, that says studious? Oh, I can't see that. Okay. In bringing in the information needed and answering many questions for those who still eat any unclean animal. Thank you, Ishi. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Because we're ready to close it out. Once we close it out, it's a wrap. You can't, Are there any other questions? I pray, and my prayer is that after hearing this lesson, that it has sparked something inside of you to make you the desire to do that which is right in the eyes of the Creator. Not according to your own mind, but according to what the Creator has said needs to be done. I brought to you the evidence of things that I've been teaching for years. I presented it to you on a silver platter. It's up to you to accept, digest, or reject it. But whatever you do, it doesn't bother me because I did my job and I delivered the message. But how you take it after that is truly a decision between you and the Creator. May the Most High be praised, and may He bless all of you and strengthen you all. Creator willing, we see you all back here at 4 o'clock for the second portion. May the Most High be blessed. Toda Rabbah. Shalom, shalom.